Alright. I feel like at this point I might as well move my stream time back. I keep saying that I'm going to start at one point, and then I start about 2 hours later. But either way, did manage to get it up and running. Wasn't sure if I'd have the time, but worked out. Now, before I get into anything serious, I do kind of want to check my retainers, which I can already see sold most of their stuff, which is good. This one's still selling one item, and I'm pretty sure I know what that's going to be. It is, yep, the pet. So if I adjust this price, let's drop it down to 60k. Sure. Now, I have a lot of stuff to do on this stream, and I need to try and plan my time accordingly. So I am, as the title would suggest, looking to prepare my main jobs, which is basically my tanks, even though Gunbreaker is the only one that's currently level 80. Warrior will be level 80 soon, and then hopefully if I have time I can try to rush Paladin there. But I'm trying to get my tanks fully prepared, and I also want to get my gathering and crafting stuff fully prepared. Now, my crafting jobs are, for the most part, as prepared as they're going to be. This is, at the moment, the best crafting armor that you can get, and all of my crafting armor is fully overmelded, so I'm set there. The only thing that I would need is on some of them, I don't have the best tools, so I have a just generic 470 vendor tool instead of a really good crafted tool, except the crafted tools are fucking expensive. Now, I don't think I'm going to actually worry about this, because the way I see it, I'm already geared enough to craft any of the leveling equipment stuff that's going to be added, and whatever leveling tools they add in the new expansion are likely going to be better than whatever I craft now, and at that point, it'll just be cheaper, it'll still be doable with my current tools, might as well focus on that. But gathering is something that, for the most part, I have all the best available equipment, but what I have not done with gathering is fully overmelted everything. So this is something very important that I actually haven't really put a lot of thought into, and that's probably going to be the first thing that I do, because I'd say it's pretty important. So taking a look here. Currently equipped for this hat. How much do I have? Yeah, I have a decent amount of gathering materia. Could always go and grab more if needed. And I can try and overmeld this. Is it, yeah, perception? No. Right now, gathering needs to be my focus. So I'll meld a level 8 gathering materia on here. Oh, unable to affix, right. Probability of success is 0%. So I guess in that case, I just meld level 7. That failed. And I will try the level 7 perception materia next. That worked. Perfect. Fairly certain that's the only thing that I can actually meld. 7% actually, so I can meld one more. Now, would it be worth it to do another perception? Probably. I do really want gathering, though. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm just going to straight up buy level 7 gathering materia off the market board. So, gatherer. Gathers... Gurdon at level 7. Oh, that's dirt cheap. 99 for only 54k. Yeah, I'll take that. Then equipped over here, and can just do this in bulk. It's probably going to eat through a big chunk of the 99, but yeah, statistically it's impossible that it fails. Alright, next up, the chess piece. Surprisingly, it only chewed through, what is that? 14? of the materia before it succeeded, so that's pretty good, actually. Okay, gathering plus 20. I'll meld one of these. All of them failed. Unfortunate. I guess I'll have to buy some of that off the market board. Now that's a bit pricey. Oof. I'd say it's worth it, though. Any level 8 materia I'm willing to spend a little bit extra for, purely because they do have value once Endwalker hits, as I discussed in one of my recent videos. So I'm kind of okay with that, even if it is a little bit outside of my price range. Okay, let's pop over to gathering plus 20. Melds in bulk. That went through only 6. Alright. That's a 0% chance. And I'm just going to meld a little bit more. Last but not least, let's go with one more gathering. Now, I'm not capped on gathering here, so I can just keep melding it. Alright, gloves. So here I can't meld perception, because that's already capped. So I should focus entirely on gathering them. Plus 12. And last but not least... Actually, I'm not even sure what I should melt in this case. Because I think no matter what, it's overcapped, right? Yeah. So I have to choose between 7 perception, 1 GP, and... That'd be what? 4 plus 9... Or 4 plus 5 is 9, yeah. So 9 gathering, 7 perception, 1 GP. I guess if I really had to pick one of the two... Yeah, because perception is limited on most of my other gear. So I should probably prioritize that if I have to. Yeah, let me buy a few more perception materials. Gatherer. Guile, and... Yeah, still a little bit pricey. As long as I don't dip below 4 mil, that's kind of the limit that I'm giving myself. Alright, equipped, gloves, and down here, advanced melting. Only 1 materia was lost. Alright, I'll take it then. Okay, here, gathering is maxed out. So I can barely overmeld onto this at all. Interesting. So I'm doing this meld for literally 1 GP, but I guess it's better than nothing. And then I can get 4 perception out of this. Yeah. It's literally better than nothing. Alright, that is... maxed out on every single type of stat that I can add to it. Now, boots. I can get 4 gathering and 8 GP. Alright. So I'll start off by adding a plus 9 GP to go a little bit over the top. More material lost. Not a big deal. And then we do 1 more small gathering. Is that correct? Yes, one more small gathering, okay. Wanted to make sure I wasn't wasting materia there. Hello, Ghost Gaming. When am I playing World of Warcraft again? Bit of a trick question. I haven't stopped playing World of Warcraft. If you're asking when I'm streaming World of Warcraft, the answer is whenever I feel like it, honestly. I don't really have a good answer for that question because, like, here's the thing. If I streamed World of Warcraft today, what would I be doing? Because I can tell you what I do in World of Warcraft right now, and, I mean, I'm going to be real with you. You wouldn't want to watch it. You'd be bored. It's not a very interesting thing to watch. Basically, I log into WoW. If it's not a raid day, if it is a raid day, I do Mythic Raiding, which, like, I guess I could stream Mythic Raiding, but that's usually pretty late at night, so most people probably wouldn't watch it. A while back, I did try to stream my raiding, but it's one of those things where, yeah, most people aren't, like, super interested in it, so didn't really worry too much about it. But when it comes to other stuff, like outside of raids, in World of Warcraft, literally I log into every single one of my alts. I do all 3 of my callings every 3 days. Then I go to Korthia on alts that still need to get their conduits upgraded. I check the Korthia dailies to see if any of them have relics. If they have relics, I do them. Then I pop over and I do any chest that I can find. I kill any elites in the way, and then I head into the Rift, get every chest in the Rift, and then swap characters and do the same thing again. That's literally what I do in World of Warcraft. And there's nothing else to do in World of Warcraft. I mostly do Mythic Raiding. Like, it sounds... Yeah, like, it would be stressful if I felt like I had to do it. The way that I see it, right, is I have all 6 of my tanks prepared. Or I'm trying to prepare all 6 of my tanks. So, the time that I did this last night. And hello, Medias. So I did this last night, for instance. And it was like, I had already gotten everything I really needed to get done. And it was like, 8 p.m. And I just said, alright, I'm going to go do all of my callings on all 6 tanks. And I'm going to do Korthia on like 3 of them. I think usually right now I'm doing Korthia on my Brewmaster, my Death Knight, and my Druid. And actually 4 of them. I did Demon Hunter as well. So callings on 6 characters. Actually, no. Callings on 7 characters, because I also do the callings on my Survival Hunter, so I can make some additional gold. So callings on 7 characters, Korthia on 4 characters, and yeah, it took about 5 hours total, give or take. I started around 8 or so, and I finished around like 1 in the morning. But I only need to do that once every 3 days, and technically speaking, I don't need to do that. The reason I'm doing that is because I want to make sure that when Sepulchre, the first ones, hits, I am as prepared as possible. Because one of the issues that I've had is I keep deciding later on that, oh, I want to swap whenever... can't fix that. I'll decide I want to swap mains or something like that. I want to play something different. So I go ahead and I try to play... In this tier, for instance, it was Brewmaster Monk. But because my Brewmaster Monk is so far behind, it becomes really impossible for me to realistically switch, because I don't want to stop doing Mythic progression. So I keep doing Mythic progression with my guilds while I try to catch up my Brewmaster. And then it gets to a point where we're on Sylvanas, and yeah, I want to play my Brewmaster, and it's a bit more caught up, but it's not caught up to Sylvanas. It's Mythic ready, but it's not Sylvanas ready. Whereas if my Brewmaster had been Mythic ready from the get-go, then as we were progressing up to Sylvanas, I could have geared up my Brewmaster. So basically what I'm trying to do now is put myself in a situation where all of my tanks are at mostly equal footing, at least in terms of the systems, right? So my Death Knight, for instance, might be lower geared, or actually my Death Knight's pretty geared. So Demon Hunter. Let's say I decide I want to play Demon Hunter. My Demon Hunter at the moment is really far behind in gear. I'm like 213 or something like that. If I decide in Sepulchre I want to play Demon Hunter, well, if I need gear, gear is by far the easiest thing to get in World of Warcraft. You literally just run the raid. And that is something that my guild can easily help me with. But getting my conduits upgraded, getting my legendary crafted, getting all that stuff that you need to spend a lot of time farming completed, that can be a severe time gate. And that's the reality. It's a time gate. It's not something that you can just slam your face into. A lot of it you have to do on a week-by-week basis. So if I start that process now, instead of I start that process 1 week into Sepulchre, the first ones, when I realize, oh shit, I want to swap mains, then whenever I decide to swap mains in Sepulchre, boom, that character's already, like, mostly caught up, and I just need to do, like, one heroic run to get it up to mythic levels. But if I don't do that, then it'll take me weeks of grinding later on. So I see it more as an investment of my time now to save me time and frustration whenever Sepulchre the first one hits, and I have to do that same scramble that I always do. You first played WoW and WoD, and leveled a character to max level, and then unsubscribed. You now picked WoW up again and leveled your first character to 60 following my leveling guides. Could I please make a guide for noobs to tell them what to do when they hit 60, since I've... Well, I appreciate that you think I explain things very well. As for a guide for what to do when you hit level 60, so it's something that I've actually had people suggest a lot, like, oh, this is something you should do. In fact, I remember when my cousin was leveling up his characters, and he first hit level 60, he asked me why I didn't have a guide like that, because he kept asking me tons of questions about, like, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? And then he was like, you know, I'm having so much trouble with this, why don't you make a guide? Like, I'm sure a lot of people would find this useful. And on that note, it's I don't know, it's something I've considered, but I'm just not 100% sure how many people would find it useful. Thank you for your answer. No problem, Ghost Gaming. And I'm glad you like the WoW stuff. It's just, at the moment, Final Fantasy definitely is. I will say, short answer, on top of what I said, Ghost Gaming. At the moment, Final Fantasy is my priority, right? It's the game that has an expansion coming out soon. It's what I'm currently having a lot of fun with. That is definitely what I want to focus on. But I am still playing WoW, and if I decide that there's something else I want to do in WoW, I may later on decide, oh yeah, sure, I can just do a WoW stream. But at the moment, I have nothing to do in WoW, and I want to focus more on Final Fantasy. But yeah, as for the what to do at level 60 in WoW guides, the problem is first of all, that would be a gargantuan guide, right? There is a ton of stuff to do. It's actually kind of one of the problems that I have with current World of Warcraft. There's just way too much shit to do. And I just, I don't know. I feel like it would almost be too large of a task to make that type of guide. And I guess here's the way I think about it. Here's the primary reason why I don't do that. First, there are guides out there telling you what to do when you hit level 60, and it's fairly straightforward in the sense of you have to grind a bunch of different stuff. You have to grind renown. You have to, effectively, if you don't have it already, farm gold so you can buy your legendary. You need to farm conduits and, you know, get conduit upgrades. You need to, obviously, get your item level up. What else? You need to farm Torghast to get soul cinders and stuff like that. There's a lot of different things you need to do, and then that's not even including like Korthia and whatnot, and like the efficient ways to do it, and then like the fact that you also need to be grinding Archivist's Codex, because Archivist's Codex is a great way to do some of those things that I just described, and then finally you need to do Sanctum of Domination. And it's a lot, but there's no real trick to it, right? Like, I don't really have, per se, a trick in terms of how to farm renown. In fact, I considered making a video about the most efficient way to farm renown. I created a script for it. I got literally like 90% of the footage recorded, and I threw out the video because the answer is that there isn't a way to do that. There is no way to efficiently farm renown. There's no way to efficiently do this at all. That's kind of the problem. I tested out so many different methods, and the answer that I came to is they all suck. They're all terrible. And that wasn't an answer that I was like comfortable making a video on, because yeah, every single method for farming renown is fucking trash. Renown is just grindy. That's it. So the short answer for how to, what to do when you hit 60 is basically waste your time. That's the way the game is currently designed, and it's something that really frustrates me. It's designed to basically make you slam your head into a wall and just waste as much time as possible as you grind all of these systems that have arbitrary time gates on it. And I love finding little, like, tricks to optimize stuff and to save time and different stuff. And I don't have any tricks for that grind. I don't have any tricks to make renown easier. It's a pain in the ass. I don't have any real tricks for making conduit farming easier, other than obviously make sure you get all your conduits up to the maximum they can possibly be before you start upgrading. So get them all up to 200, then use the Soul Twining Crescents to get them to 226, then use the Deathbound Shards to get them from 226 to 252. But that's not really like a guide. That's more common sense. It's basically don't waste the expensive upgrades on the cheap levels. It's, only use efficient upgrades. Other than that, it's like, how do I explain how to gear properly? That I've kind of done. I've kind of done a mini series on how to get your characters geared. I geared up a survival hunter only through pugs. So I guess kind of I did that. That's something maybe a lot of people don't know how to do efficiently. But it's also kind of the least important thing, because if you really want to know how to gear efficiently, it's to get your guild to carry you through stuff. And my recommendation has always been find a guild that's willing to invest in you and join their runs, right? But if you're really dead set on only pugging, I have done a series on that specifically. Other stuff, though, gold farming. Gold farming has never been my thing. So if you want to know how to farm gold to afford your legendary, there are people out there that have way better guides than I do. I just do callings because it's easy. I guess I would recommend doing callings because it's a good way to get renown and gold. But once again, callings are not hard. There's no trick to doing them. It's just time gated. So basically that means log into World of Warcraft like I do once every 3 days, do your callings, and then peace out and play something else. So not something that I think would really be guide worthy. And Torghast, you just grind, really. There's no trick to Torghast. You just slam your face into it. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't really feel like I could add anything. Like, maybe somebody would appreciate having all of that information condensed into one place. And, okay, this is what I need to do, and here's a very basic description of how to do it. But there are video guides like that. I haven't looked into all of them, but I've glanced at some. Usually, when I make a guide, I want to see can I make a guide on something that hasn't been properly covered, that people either haven't touched upon at all, or hasn't really been done justice. And I will scan YouTube, and if I see that there is a bunch of video guides on a subject, like, for instance, what to do when you hit level 60, and I, fast forward through them really quick, and I'm like, oh yeah, these cover it pretty much. I'm like, well, people already have great resources here. Why would I create another one? But like my leveling guides, for instance, I am very, very confident that my leveling routes are infinitely better than any other person out there. So I made my leveling guides because I know that if you watch my leveling guide, you're going to be getting information that you won't find in any other guide, because most guides are fucking trash. For leveling, that is. A lot of people tend to regurgitate the same info and don't really know what they're talking about, and will just do basically like an hour of testing, see how much experience they get by doing the activity once, and then they'll say, oh, yeah, this is the best method. And that's it. Whereas I've done countless speedruns and tons of testing, tons of math to figure out what the actual best route is. So the reason why I make my leveling guides is because I know that if you're watching my leveling guide, it's going to be the best goddamn leveling guide you've ever seen. And that's because I've been able to do research and find tricks that people won't be able to find on other, like, videos or something like that. I can't do that for what to do at level 60. There's nothing that I've said so far about what to do at level 60 that you couldn't find in some video guide out there. And because I don't bring anything unique to the table, because I don't have any special insider information or whatever, it just seems pointless for me to make an entire guide on it, because making those guides takes time, right? And making those guides requires a lot of passion, right? I need to be invested in the thing that I'm making the video on. And if it's something that just isn't very interesting and that I don't think is going to be very useful, I don't really have as much motivation to actually get it out there. That's the short answer, right? But something like my leveling guides, I actually, wow, that failed. That sucks. I mean, I could just... No, I can't actually. Fuck. I'll dip below 4 mil, just because this is the last thing I'm gonna need. Got it, thank you so much, no problem. Gather... I really don't want to have to spend more on this than I need to, so I'm gonna try to be as cheap as possible here. Come on. Don't fail. Come on. Fuck. Ah. You'll probably grind a bit at max level doing what you found on Wowhead and go back to leveling alts. Yeah, I feel that. At this point, honestly, I would almost recommend just not grinding, unless, like, if you really want to play this current raid tier, obviously, yeah, grind. But the reality of World of Warcraft, and this is something that a lot of people don't like when I say this, but it is the truth, is there are basically 3 endgames. There's raiding, there's Mythic Plus, there's PvP. If you don't enjoy one of those 3 things, World of Warcraft has nothing for you, really. It's not like Final Fantasy where there's a lot of alternate activities that you can, like, have fun with. A lot of MMOs have stuff like that. They have alternate activities, even casual activities that can be a lot of fun. World of Warcraft doesn't. World of Warcraft, if you're not raiding, if you're not pushing high Mythic Plus, and you're not doing, like, arenas or raided battlegrounds, there's, like, basically no point in playing the game. Because any sort of casual content, at this point, has been designed with the sole purpose of being a treadmill to actually get to the endgame content. Like, Korthia, for instance, is supposed to be a type of casual content, but it has absolutely no merit of its own. There's nothing about Korthia that's actually good. Korthia was specifically designed from the ground up to be a way to grind to get into either Mythic Plus or raiding. So nobody's going to say, oh, I really feel like doing Korthia today. They're going to say, oh, well, I know that I want to get into raiding, and that means I need to do Korthia today. So if you really want to do Sanctum of Domination, by all means, grind your face off. But if you don't really care that much... Ho! 60 materia were lost. That was an expensive overmeld. Oh, okay. Yeah, anyways. If you have no interest in doing raids, have no interest in any of that, then, yeah, you might as well just, you know, level alts, prepare for the next tier. Because with every new tier, there's a new catch-up mechanic. And with every new catch-up mechanic, your time is saved, and, I mean, your time is valuable. That's, what your priority should be. Shit. I really... Please don't burn all of my materia. 18! Okay. 12 perception. Come on. That's a good sign. What first try? Okay, so last 5% roll, I lost 60 times. This 5% roll, I got on my first try. Cool. Awesome. So I should say, Anton, you're correct on that to a degree. You don't need to do Korthia to get Cutting Edge, right? What I'm saying is the only reason to do Korthia is if you want to do raiding. There's no reason to do it otherwise. Like, I agree. I know people on my raid team who have made made an effort to never set foot in Korthia. Now, I will say, there are two ways you can go about it, right? You can say that it's you can say that, yeah, you can get CE without setting foot in Korthia, which is true. People on my raid team, I agree, are a testament to that. What you can't say is that Korthia does not provide you with power upgrades that benefit you in raiding, because it does. Plain and simple. Now, in theory, if you grind enough, if you do Torghast layer 8, or layer 12, flawless, every single week for months in a row, you will get enough Deathbound shards to fully upgrade your conduits to 252. But at that point, just fucking do Korthia. Like, that's just so tedious. So I did that for a few weeks before my Korthia rep was maxed, and then once my Korthia rep was maxed, I upgraded all my conduits to 252. But conduits at 252 are going to give you a power advantage. Now, that said, you can get CE without having full 252 conduits. That is absolutely correct. I know people on my raid team who don't have full 252 conduits, but it's not to say that it doesn't help. It does help at the end of the day. But my point wasn't necessarily that. My point was more, you're doing cutting edge, right? And even you didn't want to go to Korthia. So if even somebody who's progressing the hardest content in the raid, if even they don't want to do a piece of side content that's designed to give you raid upgrades, imagine how boring Korthia is to somebody who doesn't give a shit about raid at all. So Korthia is designed for people who are doing the content you're doing, and if you don't even want to do it, then imagine how other people feel, right? That's kind of the point I was trying to make. Hi Harldan, how was my Thanksgiving? It was good. How was your Thanksgiving, Negan? Hopefully, not a lot of fighting this year. You celebrated Thanksgiving with Asmongold and Bellular? Ah, nice. Are they your grandparents? Yeah, true. Thank God they're removing raid power gains from the 9.2 rep grind. Are they, though? Are they? Because everything that I saw kind of makes me think otherwise. Now, I might be wrong, right? But the data mine stuff makes it seem very much so that the 9.2 rep grinds are going to influence your raid power. First off, they've outright said that by farming the 9.2 rep, you're going to be able to convert an item into a tier piece. Now, once again, in theory, right, you would be able to get your entire tier set bonus from raid. But we don't know how easy it's going to be to acquire that tier piece. So it might be that we enter the new zone, Zereth Mortis, and within the 2 weeks that it takes us to unlock the raid, we have enough currency, or whatever it is, to get a tier piece bonus. And if that's the case, if you're entering Sepulchre for the first time, and you already have, like, your 2-piece bonus, it absolutely will be mandatory to farm that reputation. And when I say mandatory, I mean mandatory if you want to have every upgrade possible. Once again, yeah, you could ignore it and go in, and your raid might not give a shit, but it's undeniable that for some specializations, having a 2-piece bonus is going to be massive, and if farming or not farming your 9.2 rep is going to be the difference between getting that 2-piece or not getting that 2-piece, at least early on, before you have a chance to farm the raid multiple times, it'll absolutely be a massive raid power upgrade. And that, as far as I can tell, unless somebody can tell me that I'm wrong in this, I'm fairly certain that's confirmed. I'm almost certain that they said somewhere that that is a thing. That, oh yeah, you will get tier piece bonuses by doing the reputation and farming stuff. Could be wrong in that, but I'm like 99% sure I read that. Yo, first time actually catching you live. Awesome. Good to see you here, Claxy. Yeah, so on that alone, on that topic alone of being able to get your tier bonus through the 9.2 rep, that is a raid power upgrade. But I don't think they said anywhere that there's not going to be additional stuff. They said that conduits won't be upgraded. Or I don't think they said that. They said they're not adding new conduits. So presumably we'll still get a way to upgrade our conduits to a higher item level. Then they said soulbinds are not being upgraded, and they said renown is not being upgraded. So we're not going to have to farm renown. Good. We're not going to have to farm new levels of soulbinds. Good. But mind you, that was never tied to reputation in the new patch anyways. The stuff that it was always tied to reputation was conduit levels, and conduit levels, I believe they haven't said they're not going to add new levels for. So it's entirely possible they do add another conduit upgrade token locked behind the 9.2 rep. And in fact, I highly suspect they will, because it's Blizzard. Why the fuck wouldn't they? And, you know, who knows what else there's going to be. They have this whole new thing about, like, learning the language of the... What are they fucking called? I don't know, like the music bots or whatever. And there's probably some sort of power locked behind that. I don't have any proof for that one, but let's be real here. Blizzard hasn't proven at all that they've learned their lesson. In fact, every single interview where they've just like explained why they've gone back on some changes has been, well, we think that now is the right time. We think that now that the storyline has shifted, it blah, blah, blah. They've never at once said they understand their design philosophy of the game is flawed and they're trying to change that. They don't get it at all. They just see their numbers are dropping and they're like, yeah, fine, we'll make these emergency changes. But I guarantee you they're going to go in with the same arrogance of, we think that this next system is going to be the greatest thing ever, and players are going to fucking hate it. And... you know what? I'll be honest. I'm still probably going to play it because as long as the raid is fun, I don't give a shit, right? I want a fun raid. If they give me a fun raid, I will deal with a little bit of bullshit, right? But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and speak positively about Blizzard until the, you know, bullshit is gone. So, I'll say this again because the same response that I get every single time. People will always ask me, why do I complain about World of Warcraft and then still play it? And it's simple. I do enjoy the raiding. But the raiding can be better, right? And I complain because I want the raiding to be better. I complain because I want the grinding associated with the raiding to be fucking gone. I just want to log in and raid. And the bullshit grinding is making that kind of hard for me. Because it's a lot of time investment on top of something that I already have to spend 9 hours a week doing. So... I will keep complaining until that's gone, but I do enjoy the raiding in World of Warcraft, and that's why I'm still playing it. Let me catch up. One thing that can make WoW much better would be to enable Chromie at max level so that people could experience old expansions whenever they wanted. I agree with that, yeah. People have been saying that Chromie time should be enabled constantly ever since it was first introduced, and for some reason Blizzard has completely ignored that. They just haven't done it. Max, I missed your message. This man may be preparing his main jobs for Endwalker, but has he prepared himself to be the Dragon Warrior to defeat Tai Lung? The fuck? What are you talking about, Max? What is that comment? I don't know if you talked about it, but since you've been here and on the topic of WoW, boy, does it feel like this upcoming patch is trying its hardest to point at Final Fantasy and go, yeah, same. I don't think I directly talked about it on stream, but I did create a meme of, I took, like, the, you know, copy my homework, or can I copy your homework, but, like, you know, change it so it's, like, not the same. And then I took, like, World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, and I threw it in my Discord. That was, like, when the patch got announced. So, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that statement. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like such a... How do I put this? It's like the smallest thing that I'm annoyed about. There's so many things to be annoyed about with what Blizzard's doing right now that the fact that they're trying to copy Final Fantasy stuff, I'm not even surprised. I'm like, yeah, you know, that checks out. So the moment I saw all the stuff about it's the final chapter and they're trying so hard to make it sound like Endwalker, I didn't bat an eye. I was like, yep, that tracks for World of Warcraft's dev team. I mean, these same people haven't had an original story thought for God knows how long. Steve Denuser is a fucking talentless hack. So, yeah, of course he's going to try to copy from a better game than actually write something interesting on his own. Like, that's honestly predictable. But I do find it a bit amusing. It is one of those things where it's just like, it's a little bit pathetic, where everybody already knows that they're blatantly copying stuff from Final Fantasy XIV. And that's fine, but like most games try to be subtle about it. Because generally speaking, right, this is where it's like, it's kind of accepted. in most MMOs, or most games in general, that you're going to basically take the best aspects of the game and incorporate that into your own game. Logically, it just makes sense, because you want your game to be the best that it can possibly be. And there's nothing wrong with taking good ideas and repurposing them in a unique way. The issue that World of Warcraft has is it doesn't repurpose it in a unique way, it'll blatantly copy stuff. And the other issue is that where most games will only copy mechanics, in a sense, WoW tries to copy, like, kind of that stuff, like story beats, right? Where the whole, it's the final chapter of, like, the Lich King saga, or whatever the fuck they said. Which, that is just a little bit... It doesn't even help them, right? Because nobody's going to look at that and go, oh, wow, yeah, it is the final chapter. All it does is it highlights how much they're trying to copy Final Fantasy, to the point where it's just kind of sad, and makes them look worse. And it's the reason why most other games don't directly copy stories, or something like that, outside of basic, like, formulaic elements like Hero's Journey shit. But, like, an example of something that most games do copy, that I actually think is perfectly fine, and whenever I hear, oh, X game copied this from some other game, it annoys me, because, you know, that happens, is like world quests, right? The idea of a world quest is something that has existed in so many different MMOs, countlessly over the years. Like, you have public quests in Warhammer Online, you have fates in Final Fantasy, you have world quests in WoW, Guild Wars 2 has, I forget exactly what it's called, but Guild Wars 2 has a ton of those things. It was almost built around that kind of thing, where you have, like, these public events out in the world. It's a system that exists in almost every single MMO, and yet every single time it gets introduced for, like, a new game, somebody's like, oh, they're copying world quests. Like, no, they're fucking not. Like, if a system works, it's fine to take, you know, that system and put, like, a little bit of a unique spin on it. You know, that's totally okay. Even raiding, for instance, like, Savage raiding is, obviously, hard raid modes are not something that's unique to World of Warcraft, but I would say for a long time, right, most MMOs had one raid difficulty. In fact, Guild Wars 2 is a large MMO that still only has one raid difficulty. You can still only do one difficulty on Guild Wars 2, that's it, and the raids are hard as a result. And then World of Warcraft, I would say, is probably one of the first mainstream MMOs that introduce, like, variable raid difficulties, like an introductory level so people could see the story, and then a hard mode for people who wanted to have a challenge. Final Fantasy has that. Does that mean that Savage raids are copying Mythic raids? No. If it's a good system, then take it, adapt it a little bit, and it's fine. You know, similarly, Final Fantasy has a bit of a unique system in that they have Savage raids for, you know, the raids themselves, and then they have Extreme Trials, which are kind of like a different thing. It's kind of like a Mythic version, but not really. So they did make it kind of their own, in that sense. There's a lot of examples like that I could think of. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure if you think of something, you can think of a mechanic that one game had early on, and it was considered revolutionary, and then every single other game copied it, and that's fine. If it's a mechanic that makes the life of the player easier, it makes sense to take that and adapt it for your own game. But story elements, yes. Story elements, there's no reason to copy, and just the marketing and stuff, it's weird that they're trying to parrot Final Fantasy like that. Harldan doing exactly what I would do, like ranting. Yeah. What can I say? Ranting's fun. In all seriousness, my grandparents actually had a pleasant Thanksgiving for the most part, except for an awkward moment where my grandpa stood up and shouted, "I am the jailer from WoW," for no reason. That grandpa still causing trouble. The power you get from fully translating their language is a full transcription of Bobby's confession. You know, that would actually be a really good way to entice players to farm it. You know, farm this reputation to, you know, get Bobby Kotick kicked out of Blizzard. I would do that. I think every player would pitch in. Blizzard is kept alive by the dark energy of the Sith. May their store mounts make them money forever. Proof that Mark has not watched Kung Fu Panda. Oh, are you... Yeah. You're gatekeeping Kung Fu Panda and Miss Pandaria now, Max? Shame. Shame, shame. And I watched the first Kung Fu Panda way back in the day, when I was, like, young. I haven't seen it since, and I never saw any of the sequels, so, yeah, I don't know shit about Kung Fu Panda, sorry. The first ones are some shit, who the fuck remembers? Yeah, the first, I don't understand the difference between, like, the first ones, the Titans, and every other, like, creator. Like, we keep getting, it's like, no, the Titans are, like, the creators of the universe, and then it's like, well, the first ones are the creators of the universe. And we're gonna get, like, the, you know, the Ancient Ones or something, who are the creators of the first ones, and it's just... I don't know. Right now, the problem I have with World of Warcraft's story is it's just contrived bullshit. It's literally whatever the writers decide to pull out of their ass at any given moment. While I sit here. Okay, actually, before I do my next thing, I want to quickly try to catch up in chat. Warhammer Age of Reckoning was the one that started off that concept. Yeah, I agree. Warhammer Age of Reckoning is, as far as I know, the first MMO to feature some sort of world quest system with their public quest. I'm fairly certain, I could be wrong on this, but I think that was the first MMO to ever introduce something like that. And then, oh yeah, Rift. Rift is a one that came soon after that had an adapted version of it with their rifts, right? And I think Rift is the one that, like, really made it a popular system, and then other games started adapting it. I actually think Final Fantasy probably did it next with Fates, and then World of Warcraft did World Quests. So, Guild Wars 2 is somewhere in the middle. I forget when. Don't remember the exact timeline, but they all had something similar. But yeah, I agree. Warhammer, I think, was the one that did it first. Do I think WoW should do an expansion where a gator lizard race called the Tethran invade Goldshire and ruins the beds at the inn, and to win you have to defeat their queen, Ishal Bobby? I mean, that sounds like a Hearthstone expansion, not a World of Warcraft expansion, but, like, unironically, that's, like, the kind of weird, warped humor that I could see Hearthstone doing an expansion on. Like, Attack on Goldshire, and it's, like, some weird alligator, you know, people attacking Goldshire, and you have to, like, defeat them or something, and it's just this strange, warped sense of humor. That's Hearthstone shit right there. That's kind of why we like Hearthstone. Or, well, used to. Until they just went too crazy on the RNG. The moment they claimed this was the ending of WoW's Book 1 made my eyes roll all the way back in my head. A daily's a daily no matter what fucking hat you put on it, yeah. Yeah, I know, the whole idea, the thing that pisses me off the most about it isn't the fact that they're trying to copy Final Fantasy. Like, their marketing for the stuff that copies Final Fantasy, it's stupid, right? But I think it's just that. It's dumb. It doesn't actually make me mad. The stuff that makes me mad is when they say that it is a conclusion to the narrative that began with Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne. So the way that they're trying to market it is they're saying it started off with Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne, Chapter 2 was Wrath of the Lich King, and Chapter 3 is Shadowlands. And it's like they're putting Shadowlands up as a conclusion to arguably one of the greatest RTS games ever made, and a conclusion to what is generally considered to be World of Warcraft's best expansion ever. And the absolute balls that you need to have to basically take that dogshit story and say that it is supposed to be the true conclusion to the story of Frozen Throne and Wrath of the Lich King, stories that were beloved by players at the time and now, it's so disrespectful, not just to the legacy of those stories, but to the people who wrote them. Because imagine being the guy who wrote the story for Arthas back in Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, and, you know, you put so much thought and passion into writing that story. And it showed, and players loved it, and it's been an iconic story for years. And then some fucking talentless hack, Steve Denuser, who has no actual original ideas of his own, goes and says, I made this. And no, now my story is actually the conclusion to your story. Sorry, fucko, you don't actually get to let your story have a fitting conclusion. I'm gonna fucking resurrect it from the grave and slap on this bullshit narrative as the true conclusion. And I just think that's such a fucking disrespect to the Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne story. Really pisses me off. That pisses me off more than any of the Final Fantasy copycat bullshit. Like, them copying Final Fantasy is expected and stupid. Them shitting on their own game's legacy, in my opinion, is even worse, and really, really makes me mad. Hello, Cosmic Wolf. Good to see you. Rift made it a central system. Hype ranting autocorrect. Yes, I figured. Is a curse. Harldan doing what I would do in ranting, running around an area, only jumping on the black spots. Yes! Oh, I didn't even realize I was doing that, huh? I have been doing that, haven't I? It's like so second nature. Like, I love running along like the little pathways and stuff like that. It's fun, you know? Like, the floor is lava. Like, basically, whenever I'm doing something or half paying attention, my brain defaults to the floor is lava. And I just, like, run along, like, the little black areas. I love little areas like this in the Crystarium or Dalaran or something like that, where I can just run laps. Resurrected when talking about undead, unintentional dad joke. I actually paused when I was saying that because I realized that I was making a dad joke. But, like, it's fitting. It is. Rift made it a central system, yeah. Can't wait for the next Hearthstone expansion, Goldshire Horror Show with a new keeper. Jesus. Wanting to use successful ideas is natural and fine, that's whatever. Make the best game you can, get your player base, just quit being lazy and trying to act like you're not doing it. Yeah, 100% agree with that. Don't try to bullshit an end to book 1 when your ending is going to be rushed. Rush cleanup in one patch to try and match a 5-game story arc. Yeah, for sure. It's like this patch isn't even going to be a fitting conclusion to the Shadowlands expansion, much less the whole Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne saga. That's what's so depressing about it. Do I think WoW could ever do an expansion that did not have much of a story to it? Absolutely. They just did it. They just fucking did it. Because as far as I'm concerned, Shadowlands doesn't have a story. I cared so little about the story of this expansion that I honestly couldn't give a shit about it, right? So, yes, they can. And in fact, they should at this point. Nobody cares about the story. The story is actively harming the game. Like, legit. Because here's the thing. They say, right, that the reason that we didn't get covenant swapping is because of the story. They say that the reason why we couldn't actually have that quality of life thing is because it didn't make sense within the narrative of Shadowlands. So, if the narrative of Shadowlands, which was already dogshit and everybody hated, is the reason that we lost good quality of life features for like raiding and Mythic Plus and PvP, then absolutely gut the story entirely. I don't give a shit. Just tell me who I need to kill, give me good gameplay and good mechanics, and I will go in there and fucking kill that boss. I don't care at this point. Like, to be clear, a good story is absolutely something that a game should have. Final Fantasy proves that. But at this point, WoW does not have one. WoW does not have one, and I am not confident that they actually can have one because Steve Denuser is a fucking hack. So, I think they should just fire him, not replace him at all, because God knows they don't care about actually spending money. So, replace him, or don't replace him, fire him, no storyline whatsoever, just create new raid bosses with cool mechanics and cool gameplay shit that I can interact with, and I'm happy, right? That's all I care about. I don't need anything else. So, I absolutely do think that the story should be, like, the last bottom priority of the next WoW expansion. Because nobody cares, anyway. After this whole shit with Sylvanas, every single person that I know has completely lost interest in whatever the fuck the writers are trying to do. So, yeah, just make it gameplay focused. That's the only thing that should actually matter here. Genuinely think that the next WoW expansion will be good. Honestly, like, I have no strong opinions at this point, because it could go either way. But I have no idea, right? So, a lot of people are like, oh, well, the next WoW expansion's probably going to be good, because they know that they need to recover. And, like, that is the smart way to look at it, and that, like, if Blizzard actually was trying to save their game, yeah, the next expansion would be good. But the problem is, I just don't think they're competent enough to make a good expansion. So, as much as I would love for the next WoW expansion to be really, really good, to be like another Legion, I don't think it will be. I just don't think they have the talent left to make a good expansion. I've said it before, I'm still going to play it, I'm still going to try it, I'm still going to give it my honest opinion, but I'm not hopeful. Now, my opinion is obviously based on nothing but speculation, so if and when they do a reveal on what the next expansion is going to be and say more about what their plan is going forward design-wise, well, maybe I'll say, oh, this looks good. I have faith that they're going to do this justice. But until that point, I have nothing to go off of. I can only go off their recent track record. And their recent track record is, well, not good. So I am not super hopeful. What do I need to do next? So, finally caught up with chat. Big True quality of life not being there for a dogshit story is so bad? Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so my goal for the end of this is I need to get my gear to... I need this number to be 520. Don't know if I'm going to manage to do that by the end of today's stream, but that is my ultimate goal by the end of just preparing for Endwalker, right? Before the expansion launches, this number needs to be bare minimum 520. So, I finished gathering. All my gathering stuff is fully prepped and ready to go for Endwalker. I'll just double check here. Yeah, because I use the same gear for all of it. The only thing I haven't fully overmelded is my belts, but in case you don't know, belts are actually being removed in Endwalker, so the moment the expansion comes out, this slot will disappear, and this item will effectively be useless, so I don't actually need to worry about helping build this up at all. Same thing with, my set here. So this belt, it technically won't be 520. It'll probably be a little bit below 520 because my belt will be like 490, and I'm not going to give a shit about upgrading this thing because the moment the expansion hits, this will vanish. My item level will scale based on all my other items, and that's all I need to worry about. So that is my ultimate goal for this. Gathering, gathering is good. And crafting is about as good as I'm going to get it. The only thing, like, stuff like leatherworking, my leatherworking set is literally flawless. It's good to go. My armoring set, I can replace my hammer and my pliers, but I'm going to do that while leveling my crafting sets in Endwalker. I'm not going to worry about that now, because I think that will be more efficient. So, my focus now is Gunbreaker, and just tanks in general. So, I already have 2 relatively good pieces of gear. I have this thing, the chest from the new Alliance raid, and I have the gloves from the new Alliance raid. Other stuff, I have some 510 gear, some 500 gear, and then old crafted pieces. Now, one thing I did off stream is, where is it? I think it was pants. What was it? What slot was it? Trying to find... Was it earrings? I forget what I crafted. Oh no, I already turned it into... Okay. Yeah, right. So I crafted some of the new gear and turned it into these Yulmorin certificates. So I can exchange these certificates for pieces of 520 high-quality crafted gear. Now, what I need to do at this point is to figure out the best method to basically get all of these items at either 520 or higher item levels. So the way that Final Fantasy gearing works at the moment is there are a few different tiers of gear. The best type of gear is 530, unless we're talking weapons. Weapons are 535. The best weapon I can get is my resistance weapon, which is going to be something I'm going to be focusing on because resistance weapon is actually obtainable for me, so I can get that at 535. But other stuff, other slots are capped at 530, and in order for it to be 530, I need to get a drop off a Savage Raid, which is not practical for me at this moment, or I need to get upgraded Tombstone gear. So Tombstones are kind of like Valor points, effectively. I don't have a lot of them because I haven't really focused on it a ton since coming back. Unfortunately, didn't really put as much emphasis into it as I probably should have. So as a result, I don't have a lot of these to work around. But if I get enough of these, I can maybe buy a 530 piece. Now, for these 5 slots, helm, chest, gloves, pants, and boots, I can get a I think it's like 525 piece of gear by progressing really far into Bajra, but it also requires me to do a ton of farming. So I don't know how practical it's going to be for me to get every single piece of gear, so I might just say, screw it, I already have 2 520 pieces from the new Alliance raid, and I'll stick with that. And then finally, for 520 gear, you have the Alliance raid pieces, of which I have 2, and these are the only 2 I checked that really have good stats, so that's all I'm going to get from there. Or you can get basic levels, like unupgraded tombstone gear, or crafted gear. And because I have fully leveled up and geared crafting professions, that's where the vast majority of my gear is going to come from. But it's expensive, so I'm only going to worry about crafting gear for slots that I can't get with tombstones or other sources like Bajra. So that means that Bajra is what should effectively be my top priority at the moment. I should focus on getting my weapon, and I should focus on unlocking those gear sets, and then whatever I can't get by doing that, I replace with crafting gear or with tombstone gear. And because I can do Bajra while I level up, I'm gonna kill 2 birds with 1 stone and actually level my warrior through Bajra. Which I haven't actually tried, so I'm not sure how this is gonna go. I don't know. I think it scales me up to level 80, I believe. 100% think that the leaked next WoW expansion is basically Kata 2.0 will happen, considering the setup that seemed to be happening from the trailer. The problem with Cataclysm, and I honestly don't know if they'll do this, the amount of development time that had to go into Cataclysm is kind of insane. And it makes sense, right? Cataclysm is... I mean, it was a big undertaking. You had to make basically a new expansion and then multiple new expansions worth of zone redesigns. So that is a ton of effort that has to go into something which most people don't do. Like, how many times have you done the Searing Gorge questline or the Burning Steps questline since it got changed in Cataclysm? I've done it maybe once or twice. And I've done a lot of the Cataclysm zones multiple times. So basically, they wasted a lot of development resources on content that most people don't do. And they have themselves said, or at least the developers at the time said, they aren't sure whether it was the right thing to do. They said it was a lot of time spent that honestly didn't really end up going as well as they really thought. So whether or not that's a good idea, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think Cataclysm is the kind of thing that they would willingly do again. I think that's kind of a tricky thing to recreate, and maybe not necessarily something they want to invest in. So it's possible that they do another Cataclysm, but if they do another Cataclysm type of thing, I think it's going to be kind of half-assed. I think, unironically, I think they're going to do something where they try to say the world has been reborn, because we all know they're going to try to basically copy Final Fantasy and say, we did an ARR, guys, look at us, we're remaking the worlds. Like, didn't you all say you loved that when Final Fantasy did it? Well, now you can come back to, you know, Azeroth Reborn or whatever. I don't know. They're probably going to try to market it like that. Normally I wouldn't have said that because it would be so fucking stupid, but we already see how they're marketing the new patch, so I highly expect they're going to do something to that degree, right? But I don't think they're actually going to do it justice. I don't think they're actually going to go full on, let's, you know, make this a, you know, new Cataclysm 2.0. I think they're going to half-ass it, redesign some zones, and then basically make it just a new expansion with some redesigned leveling zones and call it, like, you know, a revamp or something. Speculation here. I have nothing to go off of on this besides, you know, the stuff that I've seen Blizzard doing, and more just this is kind of shit posting to a degree, because God, I hope I'm not right. Like, as much as I joke about this, I really hope that everything I just said is completely bullshit and wrong, because goddamn, if I'm right and we come back to the stream years later, and I go, oh, fuck. I actually predicted exactly what was going to happen. I'm going to be kind of depressed, because that would suck, man. I don't want them to do something that stupid. Oh. Okay, it actually didn't do that much damage. Never mind. Oh, that did, like, no damage, huh? That's what you meant? Yeah. It's depressing. Yeah, Teden, like, God, I hope they don't do that, but you might be right. You might be. I hope you're wrong. I really do. Because, goddamn. I would imagine you probably hope you're wrong, too. Because, fuck. It definitely does sound like something Blizzard would do, but it's not the kind of thing we would want them to do. Alright, I should probably start working towards this quest over here. Because I need to progress a bit further in the quest line so I can get my Gunbreaker weapon upgraded. But I do want to level Warrior a little bit on the side. Should keep my buff activated. Keep forgetting to do that. What quest do I actually have? It's just this one. Okay. This thing's close enough that I'll swing by and do that real quick. Is that... Oh, it's an invisible wall. Okay. Crap. They're clearly ending a shit expansion without a 0.3. Clearly they have big plans, like with Legion. I would say I hope they have big plans, because I don't necessarily think that them ending the expansion early is indicative of them having big plans, because, like, that is the hopeful way to look at it, right? And it definitely is... I am hopeful that the reason they're ending it early is because they're like, yeah, throw in the towel on this one. Let's just put in more effort into the next expansion. But all of the effort, aside from the raid design, which has consistently been good even when the game has been bad, all of the effort they've put into, you know, this expansion has been garbage, right? Like, the problem that people have when they compare, like, Legion with WoD, right? Is WoD was good. WoD had good content. Everything that got released for WoD was solid. So, them delaying or canceling later WoD patches to put more effort into Legion, it makes sense that it worked out well, because WoD was inherently a fun experience. And anybody who actually seriously played WoD would probably agree with that. It was annoying because it didn't have a lot of content, but it was fun, what there was to do. So, the development team at the time clearly at least still had some talent on it, and knew to a basic degree how to make a good expansion. But nothing that we've seen, really, out of the last two expansions has been good at all. The raids have still been fine, because, yeah, that is the one thing they managed to get right, but outside of raids, Mechagon is, like, maybe the one piece of content that we got that wasn't completely dogshit. So, I don't know. I think even if they did put in more time to give us additional content in the next expansion, it's not necessarily a guarantee that A, it's going to be good content, or B, that that's even what they're doing. It's entirely possible that they are just really bad at putting out releases on time, and they're just like, well, fuck it. We can either add a new patch, which will only get us sub money, or we can end this expansion early and put out another expansion which people have to pay full price for. It might sound a little bit tinfoil hatty, but that is honestly a possibility. The field notes. Do I have this one? I don't. Cool. I still don't really know what field notes do. I think they're supposed to just be like a generic collection that you do for fun. And I forget where to find them. Ah, oh, whatever. Oh. This thing just spawned on top of me. Alright, I guess. Well, nobody else is attacking it, so I might as well pull it. I really hope other people come around here, though, because I don't really feel like sitting and waiting. Oh, this guy's forming a party. Cool. Okay, apparently I made that... I made it out of that. Ah! There's a lot of shit to dodge here. Ow. Okay, so this is the type of boss that doesn't have any indicators. Dispose. That's the big frontal cone. Yep. Honestly, sounds like way too much like current Blizzard to not at least be somewhat believable. Yeah. We're still good. I guess nobody's coming to this one. Where is everybody in this Bajra zone? Because there were a lot of people at the last objective, and now just nobody's here. And it doesn't look like anybody's over there, so... Just not really sure what the deal there is. Oh well. Damn, that inner chaos thing hits really hard. Still nobody else helping. Oh, I got knocked into that laser. That's unfortunate. Oh shit! There's so many lines going on right now. Okay, I need to move out of that. They didn't. Fuck me. Okay, like... I'm genuinely confused at this point. I've never, like, in the few times when I've done the Bajra Southern Front, I've never seen it take this long for literally anybody to get here. I think, okay, now a few people are slowly starting to show up. Which is nice, because, God, this was starting to take a fucking while. Whew. These guys just keep taking the lasers to the face. Like, in a way, I kind of respect it, but also, fuck. As long as I don't have to heal them. Oh, I dig this, though. Like, so many fucking things to dodge. It is actually kind of sick. Okay. Suppose, so I move out of this. Jesus, that guy got hit again. Greed is not good when you want to dodge. Yeah, true. Very true. Ooh, critical engagement's cool. Hopefully this guy actually signs us up, otherwise I'm gonna have to leave the group. Because I'm not about to lose out on a critical engagement. Oh, this one might be lethal if they get hit by it. Okay, good. They actually dodged it. Oh! Okay, like, I'm registering for that, whether you likes it or not. So... would like to kill this first, though. At this point, no. I'm not joining your party. The guy took literally forever. Oh, no. We're definitely not going to have time, right? Oh, cutting it close, but I might be able to. Fuck it. With any luck, they'll be able to finish that off. Or at least stay alive until I can come back, but I'm not missing a critical engagement. Yeah, like, there's all these people here. I don't know why they didn't just pop over and... yep, they all left. Fuck, man. Well, that's like 5 minutes I'll never get back. Yeah, from now on, I'm just not doing the boss ones unless there's already a lot of people nearby. That's a little bit frustrating. Oh well. Definitely felt like that one had a little bit too much health, regardless, though. Because I don't know what the deal with that was. Everything just hit... Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, I'm... So, like, if you don't join a group for this, you're kind of fucked. That's annoying. So what, do I say LFG then? So I guess if I'm not in a group, I'm just fucked? I got lucky there. I'm also going to turn my tank stance off, because no reason to actively try and get myself killed. I feel like I'm just dead again. Yep. Alright. This time I'm just straight up not getting res. Unfortunate. As long as I still get credit for this. Definitely not a fan of this boss, though. Because at that point, it's not even necessarily a idea of, like, I need to dodge stuff, because that mechanic is he sets your health to 1, and presumably you're supposed to get healed. But what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, at that point, I'm kind of fucked. No way to really recover from it. Yeah, I mean, I still got the loot, but I lost 200 stuff. Yeah, so I guess if you're not in a group for this, you're just kind of fucked. Don't know what to do with that information, because I don't really know how to find groups for this. I think I'm just gonna go do my quest, and then if another critical engagement pops up, I will accept it and then type LFG like other people were doing, and then maybe that'll work. I don't know. It's worth a shot. Okay. So what does this actually unlock? 3rd time's the charm. I guess this is just generic, like, quest progression or something. $2,600 metal is good, though. That's about as much as I got from the critical engagement. So, in theory, that should help. Somewhere up here, I guess. Okay, I didn't aggro those mobs. That's good. Well, I just got up here. Ah. What is this layout? It's like buried behind so many mobs. I'm fast, maybe? Fuck. What is their damage? Excuse me? What the fuck? They hit me for that hard. Okay. I don't like Bozja. That's bullshit. So I need to be in a group to do that? That's like New World shit right there. Really? There's a quest that you have to complete which requires a group? It's like fucking million different little well guardians just guarding that fucking quest objective. God, that's terrible. Unless I'm missing something. What the fuck is that? Why did I... Fucking hell. Yeah, exactly. Those two shot me, apparently. I don't understand that, and I'm kind of annoyed. Yeah, especially because at no point does it say requires a group. Like, this is actually, I will say, one of the few times I've seen Final Fantasy do this, because normally, most content in this game you're supposed to be able to solo, especially quest content, right? Usually it'll say, if it's a raid group, you either have to queue for it, or it'll say recommended group of 5 people. That clearly has a recommended level, or a recommended group size. And the fact that it's a quest, so I basically need to get people to help me with it. Because how the fuck am I gonna just join a group for doing that area? Everybody's probably already finished that quest. I don't like that design. That's actually really fucking bad. I will say, I really fucking hate the design of when you die, you lose progress. That is such an antiquated system that I'm very, very surprised that Final Fantasy has this. It is not a modern day MMO thing that you should do. Because that, like, you know, it already sucks if you die in any form of content, you're gonna lose efficiency. But when you remove somebody's progress when they die, it's just like basically doubling down on the get fucked mentality. Like, not only did you not get to finish whatever you were doing, so in that case I would have had to already run all the way back to camp, and it would have sucked. But now, I lose overall progress. I basically get my rewards from something else removed. This does surprise me a little bit, because this is very different for Final Fantasy. Just get better, yeah. Like, in other games, I could maybe see this and be like, yeah, that's just like, you know, bad design and blah, blah, blah. But it surprises me to see it in Final Fantasy, because Final Fantasy, historically, does not have systems like this. So, the fact that this game has something that antiquated and just kind of dog shit, which, like, when World of Warcraft did it, we were all like, you know, that's bad, but, you know, it's WoW. We're all kind of expecting it at this point. But Final Fantasy? It's kind of like losing Stygia and the Maw, right? And, you know, nobody liked that. Everybody universally said that's a shit system. I don't know. I don't understand the design philosophy that the devs were going for. I don't understand why they thought that taking away players' progress here would be a good idea. I guess I gotta stay in a group, so hopefully as long as this group is good. Somehow I didn't get hit there. I'm actually kind of proud of myself for that one. I was so sure that one of those things was going to hit me. This one I should get out of. Should be dead here. Yeah. Alright. Also, the experience gained from this is kind of crazy. That's good, at least. For leveling characters, it's definitely a solid option, but... How the fuck do I do that? Aces high? What is this? Oh, is that... That's the duel thing. Yeah, I don't want to do that shit. Ugh. What do I do then? I guess I should return to the camp and check to see what upgrades I could get. Yeah, that's garbage. That's good. Garbage, garbage. Alright. Razor. Yeah, I haven't gotten any fragments. Yeah, it was this thing that I needed. So, Lost finds holster. This thing. Alright. You have wrapped yourself in a burrito. Now you are comfy and a burrito. Nice. Congratulations, Cosmic. Somebody in my group is doing that challenge. Interesting. Materia. Alright. Yeah. See, this is annoying because I really wanted to, you know, get some progression done. Not really much I can do as far as, like, that quest goes if everything one-shots me. I mean, as far as I know, there's no invisibility potions in this game. So... my hands are kind of tied here. Oh, this guy's a boss. Oh no, is this gonna be a repeat of the last time? Also, while I do this, Final Fantasy 14, third times the charm. Well, the first Google result I found for the quest that I just tried to do is Bosjan third times the charm quest not possible. As the title implies, the quest is impossible. It's guarded by over a dozen rank 5... Oh, my phone just... Make sure it's on, please. It's guarded by over a dozen rank 5 mobs that kill you in 2 hits. Even with a party of 4, they take about 12 minutes to kill each, and by the time you kill 3, the first one respawns behind you. I've seen people say just run past them, but I live in Australia, so I have about 400 ping. It's meant you've had to readjust your gameplay for certain raids, blah blah blah. So, unless this person is just full of shit, is the actual intended way to get that to just run past the mobs and then loot the thing and die? I'm so confused, because that doesn't seem like it should be the case. Don't remember exactly where, but I believe in the dialogue they mentioned the area is dangerous at night. Oh! So on this forum post, it says that apparently if you go there in the daytime, there's no mobs. Which, alright, I wish it said that. Apparently, according to this, it says that in the quest dialogue, but like, shit, I don't remember that. I did that quest like a week ago. Well, at least now I know. As long as it's possible, that's like good news. This stuff is way too much health, though. Holy crap. Like, there's actually a pretty large amount of people here, and this tamed panther just doesn't die. And the other guy has even more health. What the fuck? Really hope we can get this before the actual thing starts. So I don't want to lose out on it again. 1 minute to burn through half his HP. Alright. Look at that fucking bar. Oh. Engagements over there. Oh, I remember that one. I think I did that one before. Ah, shit. Well, apparently it's only just hit midnight Eorzean time. So, I'm gonna have to wait. How long is that? That's like 30 minutes to an hour for it to be daytime again. Something like that. I forget the exact math. That sucks. Alright. Please. Die. Battle underway? Oh, fucking hell! But that... Wait. Did I just misjudge the time, or...? Was that a minute? Maybe I misjudged the time. That didn't feel like a minute. Shit. Well, that sucks. Okay. Well, shit. Also heard that fragments do something useful, but I forget what it was. Bozja fragments. Yeah, well that sucks. Missed out on a critical engagement. I must have just lost track of time there. Because I've never seen it start early. Admittedly, I haven't done this a lot, so maybe it does just start early. I also remember hearing that Bostra fragments are supposed to do something useful, but yeah, I don't fucking know what it is. Unless, is there like... Let's see if there's an achievement. So, let's see. Where would I even find this? Battle... Oh, yeah, it's under here. Field operations. Okay. So if I pop over here, achievements, field operations, and then scroll down a bit. What is this, by the way? Demi-Ozma. Oh, that's the, Oh yeah, I've seen people on that mount. Interesting. Defeat Gabriel. Oh, so there's, like, titles for doing the duels. That's actually pretty cool. Huh. Neat. And... Bosjan Earring. Increases... Increases XP earned by 10% when level 80 and below. Attributes and item level vary according to class, job, and current level when equipped. Wait. I might be misunderstanding this. 10% XP... Wait. Okay, 10% increased XP when level 80. So this gives you 10% bonus experience at max level. Now, obviously, right now, that doesn't matter, but when the expansion launches, in theory, does this mean that I could equip this and get 10% experience for the first level? Because that's actually huge. This doesn't help me right now, because Menfina's Earring is 30%. Oh, wait, yeah, no, Menfina's Earring is 30%. So... yeah, that doesn't matter, actually. Back, and have I fucked with Summoner at all? I have not. No, I'm mostly a tank player. So I've heard good things about Summoner. But, basically, because I mostly play tanks, it's just, like, DPS aren't something that I've really messed around with. The only DPS that I have ever kind of seriously played, and that's only in, like, Palace of the Dead, is Red Mage. Red Mage is something that I would love to try and learn for raiding, because I find it very fun. But I've done a ton of solo Palace of the Dead with Red Mage, and I've had a lot of fun with that. But primarily in this game, I've only done tanking. But I have a friend who plays Summoner, and he says it's really fun, so... gonna try not to die here for a second. Theoretically, yes, unless they adjust the gear come Endwalker. See, I would, like, normally I would say they're probably gonna adjust it, but at the same time, if there's no use for 10% bonus experience at level 80 right now, then why even include that? Wouldn't the wording just be better to be, you know, 10% bonus experience while below level 80? Unless it was just, like, a mistake or a typo or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, the wording does imply that I'll be able to use it for the first level, which will be nice, because usually, I don't know if it's going to be the same for Endwalker, but historically, there's like 1 or 2 periods in the questing experience where you kind of run out of XP, and you have to do like side quests or dungeon grinding or something like that. So I'm going to try to minimize that as much as possible. Now, obviously, stuff like handing in a Wondrous Tales early is going to be a good way to do that. I don't know if I will, but I'll see. Speaking of Wondrous Tales, I need to complete my Wondrous Tales this week. Because, yeah, I haven't, I can do another shuffle. That one's actually so close to being a good shuffle. Damn. That's something I'll need to do later. Fair tanking's been pretty fun in FF. Actually enjoyed to the point of going to main it in Endwalker, just haven't settled on which job in the tanking group. Yeah, I'm probably going to stick with Gunbreaker, because that's what I really enjoy, but every single tank, from what I've heard or what I've played, the only one I haven't really played is Dark Knight, but people have told me it's fun. But out of all the other ones, I've really enjoyed them. They're all very, very fun. It's hard to say which one's the best. Like, honestly, even Warrior. Like, Warrior, for a while there, I wasn't, like, super sold on it. I didn't think it was super fun. But now that I've actually been playing Warrior a lot more, it's actually kind of sick. The burst window is really fun. So, I dig it. It's a fun tank to play. So, I don't know. At this point, I'm 100% going to have both Warrior and Gunbreaker ready. Because, you know, Warrior at this point, I think it's like 74, 73. And I'll be able to easily level it to max off stream. So it's just a question of, you know, which one do I pick? And I'm probably going to pick Gunbreaker. And then am I going to be able to get Paladin leveled up in time? Which I'm not sure. You've noticed, unless it's stupidly broken, they don't tend to snipe things like that, because 10% in one level probably isn't going to matter in the long run. 10% wouldn't, but 30% on Menfina's Earring, which has the exact same wording, might. So that's why I wonder, because initially when I saw the Bosja thing, I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. But, it's on Menfina's Earring too. And that's, actually fairly significant. So, I could see that getting sniped. But I hope they don't. They're usually, I agree, they usually don't do stuff like that, but who knows? I don't have as much experience. Like, most of my experience with MMO developers is with Blizzard. And Blizzard would absolutely snipe something like that, because they don't give a shit. They just want to make you take longer to do whatever it is that they're putting out. So, I could see Blizzard doing that. But Square Enix probably a bit more lenient. Gunbreaker equals Warrior over Paladin equals Dark Knight. Yeah, I can't speak for Dark Knight myself, but I would say in terms of my interest, that's generally where it's been. Now, who knows, maybe whenever I play Dark Knight, I'll find it a lot of fun, but for me, it definitely is the one I've been the least interested in. Just, like, didn't seem like something I would really have a lot of fun with. But yeah, I love Gunbreaker. And initially, I was liking Paladin a bit more than Warrior, but at this point, yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Warrior is super fun. Honestly, though, like, I've played tank in, like, every MMO. That is actually a series that I was gonna have coming out this week, but I had to delay it. But I was working on a video series of just overall tanking tips for all MMOs that I found, like, universally applicable. I think within that, I used World of Warcraft, examples from WoW, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, and New Worlds, just because I feel like those are the most relevant at the time. But I would say most, like, tanking fundamentals are, like, the same, and it's just fun. Like, once you understand how to tank in one game, if you enjoy it, you're gonna like it in most other MMOs. So it's just kind of the thing that I've loved doing for a while in any MMO. So that's my ultimate goal, like, this expansion. Just to tank. Maybe I'll try Red Mage in the future, if I, for some reason, realize that I'm bored of tanking. Ended in 10 of these, and it still hasn't really moved. You don't remember the video, but the most solid metaphor for tanking is you're driving a car, and if you go too fast, the healer or your wife next to you will yell and make you slow down. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's fairly accurate. I will say, though, like, I tend to kind of tank at my own pace. Like, it is important to understand the limits of your healers, but I do find that, especially in pugs, a lot of healers are a bit too conservative. Like, they want to, like, play it really, really safe, and they don't want to go fast at all. I've actually, I learned tanking basically with the exact opposite. So, I had a friend who played a Resto Druid in WoW. And the way that I learned tanking is he would run around and he would basically pull every single mob in the entire room, then like shift into like something that would like drop his threat or whatever, throw it onto me, and then say, all right, now you have to survive. And he would still heal me, but it was my job to like manage my mitigation properly. Or too slow. Or the DPS of the kids in the back, where if you go too slow, they'll hijack the car and crash it into oncoming traffic. Yeah. I generally like to go really fast, as long as, like, I know my limits, right? But yeah, being too conservative, I think, is probably the biggest mistake that a lot of tanks make. But good healers will want to go fast, is what I found. So, if my healer is telling me to go slower, I just tell them to keep up. But that's also one of those things where it comes with confidence. Like, I will never do a pull that I think has a chance to wipe the group. I will only do pulls that I know we're going to be able to survive, but the healer might freak out about it. And if they freak out about it, I just tell them, tough shit, keep pulling. But as long as you have the confidence that you know that the pulls you're doing aren't enough to actually like wipe you, and that the healer's just kind of overreacting, then it's fine. Yeah, you're good. But a lot of new tanks don't have that confidence, and they kind of rely on other people to tell them, you know, is my pulling enough? And a lot of times they'll get that really reluctant healer who's like, no, only do like one pack at a time. And that can really suck when you're trying to learn. If you can survive or healers are down, it's time to Tokyo drift into big pulls, because I know as a DPS player, big packs to AoE makes the monkey bang the cymbals. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, it's more just... overall, you know, if you do bigger pulls and you, like, have cooldowns for it, it's not really that bad. Like, a lot of people think, oh, but you're, like, taking so much more damage, but... I would say the only reason to do really conservative pulls is if there's absolutely no time limit whatsoever. And even then, it's like, obviously, DPS will want to do really big pulls, but... like, even in Final Fantasy dungeons, where there is effectively no time limit, people will still want to do gargantuan pulls. But if you are on a clock, and you do need to, like, I guess, like, go somewhat fast, like Mythic Plus, or, in some ways, Palace of the Dead, and stuff like that. Because Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High, technically speaking, when you're doing it at high levels in a group, like, you're not necessarily on a time limit, but if you go really slow, there is a danger that you might fail the timer. So you do kind of need to at least be mindful of the time you're taking. So in that case, I think generally speaking, it's going to benefit you more in the long run to do larger pulls. Because if you pop a lot of cooldowns, like if you pop a lot of damage cooldowns, you're just killing those mobs really quickly. If you pop survivability cooldowns, they're unlikely to kill you regardless. Like, if I do a big pull on my Brewmaster and I pop Fortifying Brew, it doesn't matter how many mobs are attacking me, they're going to need to be really fucking hard-hitting if they're going to kill me through Fort Brew, if I know what I'm doing. But even a small pull, if I don't have, like, any cooldowns and I play, like, incorrectly, I still have a chance of dying. The difference is with FF, you can get away with it because there's hardly any RNG. It's a game of being prepared with a few bits of reaction time. WoW doesn't have that much RNG. Depends on the dungeon. But I agree that FF is, like, mostly, you know, not RNG based. Like, everything, you know, does exactly what you want it to. But World of Warcraft, at the moment, like, older versions of it, yes, there was a good bit of RNG. At this point in time, it's fairly deterministic. Like, if I go into a pull, I can say with like 99% certainty that I'm going to be able to hold threat and survive. Or You know, if I bite off more than I can chew, I can say, yeah, I'm probably going to die here. Usually, if you are comfortable tanking in most MMOs, you kind of know what you're supposed to be expecting. They don't have M+ stuff where you get all these variables that can change. I see. So what you're saying, not necessarily RNG, but like, because Mythic Plus has a change on like a week-by-week basis, yeah. I will say, though, that's what I hate with Mythic Plus. It's not necessarily that it's RNG, because, like, you know what the dungeon is going into it. Like, before you enter whatever dungeon, you know it's going to be these two affixes. But that means that you basically need to have a route planned out for, like, the same dungeon 5 different times. Which is just kind of annoying. So it's more just frustrating to remember. Because a lot of times I'll be doing a dungeon, and I'm like, wait, shit. Do I need to do this pull or this pull with this affix? Like, especially nowadays, I don't think it exists, but teaming was the worst one. Because teaming, back when it existed, you had to basically completely recalculate the math required to get kill percent. That was annoying. Nowadays, that affix is gone, but still there's other stuff that you need to worry about. You didn't mean WoW's chock full of it. It's not complete RNG crapshoot, but at least to me, when you do instance content, you feel more prepared, ready. Yeah. I think it's more just that, yeah, Final Fantasy doesn't have, like, modifiers that change things, except for Palace of the Dead. Like, that's why if I'm comparing something in Final Fantasy to WoW, I would say Palace of the Dead is usually the go-to comparison, because that actually does have changing modifiers. Like, in that, you have randomized floors, you have these random drop powers that you can get, which, you know, if you get really good ones, you can use them to, you know, really trivialize pulls, but if you don't get them, then, well, you know, you're shit out of luck. So a regular dungeon in Final Fantasy is more akin to a regular Mythic dungeon in World of Warcraft. In Mythic Plus, Final Fantasy doesn't really have anything like Mythic Plus. It should, I think, actually. Not necessarily the affixes, but I think Final Fantasy should have at least some system that scales the level of the dungeon, like the amount that the mobs, you know, deal and amount of health they have and stuff like that. Ah. Oops. I hope that didn't make a lot of noise. I accidentally knocked my microphone a little bit. But I think there should be some sort of scaling dungeon difficulty to give you a reason to run these dungeons. Because every single time I do a dungeon in FF, I'm like, wow, this is really well designed. It's a really cool dungeon. And I have no reason to run it, because it drops crap loot, and, you know, it's just not worth my time. But if there was, like, a scaling difficulty, it would be really cool. Sweet run, dumbass. Time to turn into a frog for the 10th time in a row? Yeah, exactly. And there are ways to counter that, right? Like, general strategy is to hug the wall to make sure you don't, like, hit traps, or if you're worried about, like, potentially hitting a trap on an encounter, you have, like, Palmanders that can counter it. So there is, like, some element of strategy, which I like in Palace of the Dead, because it reminds me of, like, a better version of Mythic Plus, where, yeah, it's like a random challenge, kind of, but there is a lot of strategy in terms of how you respond to it. So I do think that's pretty cool. I do like that. But I would say Torghast is probably a better comparison to Palace of the Dead, but admittedly, Palace of the Dead is a much better version of Torghast because it's purely cosmetic and well-balanced, instead of the garbage system that Torghast is. But I do think that Final Fantasy could use some sort of dungeon scaling. Glamour Minions mounts is about the only thing you've gone back into dungeons outside of roulettes for. Yeah, true. I've done some dungeons. I mean, yeah, roulettes, obviously, you know, you get them sometimes. But I have farmed dungeons once or twice to get, what's it called? Triple Triad cards. I'm not really a big, like, glamour person, or rather, I get, like, one set that I like, and then, you know, once I have that set, that's what I use. I don't really try to collect everything. So I haven't farmed that, and then minions and mounts, not really a big collector of that too, but Triple Triad cards, I love collecting Triple Triad cards. So I have farmed a few dungeons to get that, but I just mean, like, difficult dungeon content, because it's not necessarily just going back into the dungeon, like, that's fine. But one of the cool parts is, when you see a difficult boss fight,
or at least when I see a difficult boss fight, right? I can't speak for other people. When I see a difficult boss fight, my immediate thought is, I want to master this boss fight. I want to do this boss fight a lot of times on a really hard difficulty and basically get this mechanic down to a science. So something like, Sylvanas in WoW, I remember the first time I saw that, I was really excited to master Phase 2 of Sylvanas. I was like, oh, this seems really cool. Now, I found out later on while doing Mythic Progression that Phase 2 is actually really boring and I fucking hate it. But my initial reaction to seeing that fight is, wow, Phase 2 was so easy, I wish it was harder so I could have actually done it properly and fully understood what was going on and perfected it. And I think that's something that's missing with Final Fantasy Dungeons. Like, the one that I remember going, this has so much potential, was... I forget what the name of the dungeon was, but it was the one with Master Matoya. The recent one. And there's, like, the giant pig as the final boss. And that giant pig boss fight was so fucking cool. And I remember doing that and thinking, oh god, this boss fight is amazing. But I had no idea what was going on. Like, I took damage from half of the mechanics, and they did absolutely no damage to me back. So, at no point did I feel incentivized to really understand how to do that boss fight properly, because the game didn't make me. The game wasn't requiring me to actually dodge everything. So I was like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. But I would have loved to actually have a challenging version of that boss fight where I had to do it properly and I had to learn that dance. And that's what I really enjoy. You could see in a future X-Pack, if the game grows, they can implement a system akin to Mythic Plus. I really think they should. I think it would really, really help them as a game. It would do well. Like, people would love that. Final Fantasy, I think, needs repeatable endgame content. Like, Savage Raids are great. Stuff like Bosgra, honestly. This is good. Like, I think this part of it, with, like, the mobs just having a shit ton of health, not so great. But I like the idea of Bosgra because it's something that I've always felt that Final Fantasy was kind of missing, which is good endgame PvE content that's, like, fun to play. And Bosgra's still fun. I'm still having fun doing this. But a really easy one that would ultimately require them very little development resources is just making hard mode versions of the dungeons. You know, you already make the dungeons. At that point, all you gotta do is spend a little bit of time scaling them to create an extra mode, and boom, you have a brand new source of repeatable content. Oh my god. Oh, that sucks so much. He just healed? Please tell me that it isn't actually... Oh no. That's bad. If that actually means it's gonna take us, like, twice as long to kill him, I'm tilted. ARR and Heavensward had hard mode dungeons, but they stopped doing them. Like, so I know what you're talking about. It's not the same, right? Because I did those dungeons. I've done the ARR and Heavensward hard modes. They're honestly different dungeons. Like, effectively, the hard mode dungeons are like brand new dungeons set in the same location that, let's be real here, aren't really hard. They're just... They were max level versions of dungeons. So, effectively... I can't check the dungeons. But, what are they? It's, Academia Uniter and... What's that other dungeon? I forget the name. There's some other dungeon. Academia Uniter, and, like, there's one more at level 80. Oh, the Twinning. How could I forget the Twinning, right? So, like, Academia Uniter and the Twinning are effectively hard mode dungeons. They were dungeons specifically designed for level 80s and have no attachment to the story. They're just brand new dungeon experiences. And honestly, both of those dungeons are very good. The Twinning especially is, like, notorious now because of, well, how good its soundtrack is. Because the Twinning, banger song. But both of those are effectively the equivalent of ARR and Heaven's Mode hard mode dungeons. But, like, when you think about it, it's the same thing. And the dungeons weren't really hard modes. It's just, instead of creating a brand new dungeon like Academia, Uniter, and the Twinning, they just basically said, let's make new mechanics, new bosses, in the same general setting. And the main advantage of that, right, is you don't need to redesign all of the art assets and stuff like that, which is an advantage. It's a pretty good advantage. Wait, oh, is this Red Chocobo? I've heard about this. Oh shit, that person took a lot of damage. Oh! This is like, I remember saying, I heard so many things about Bastia, and 90% of it was Red Chocobo this, Red Chocobo that. So I am curious to see this. I finally get to face the Red Chocobo that I've been told so much about. I'm excited for this one. I will say, by the way, so Media's like, I actually think those dungeons were good, right? And I think they probably should do, to some degree, maybe more of that, because it was cool how we got to see the same dungeons, but like a twist on them at max level. But I would say, if we're choosing between, do we get a reskin dungeon with new mechanics, or do we get the same dungeon with a scaling difficulty, I would rather just have a same dungeon with the scaling difficulty, right? Because hard mode dungeons aren't hard. And I like a challenge. You know, that's what I play MMOs for. Like, that fun challenge, that adrenaline rush, that kind of thing. New content is fun. And it's always nice to have new, fun content to, like, you know, engage with and explore. But if there's no challenge, then that new content is only going to last so long. Because if a game is challenging, then I can play it for years and not get bored of it. Like, what's a good example? Recent games that I've played, I played Hades a lot. Hades doesn't necessarily get new content. It's effectively the same thing every time, but Hades is challenging. So a game like that, I can keep playing it for the challenge over and over. Total War Warhammer 2, kind of. Because it has a scaling difficulty, I can play the same campaign over and over on a harder difficulty and still have fun with it because it challenges me. It makes me take what I already know about, like, whatever faction I'm playing and master it. I have to do that campaign with, like, everything being infinitely harder. So there's, like, definitely a trend where games that have scaling difficulty that make the game harder increase replayability. Now, it's not for everybody. Some people don't care about that, and that's fine. But Final Fantasy already has the casual side of things down perfectly. It's like kind of the opposite with WoW. You would like a mythic system for the dungeons, but without the timer. That makes it way too competitive, and then people get angry. I agree. It's just... So, there's two ways they can implement it, right? You need the timer if there's going to be a gear reward. Because if there's no timer and you get the same gear, then that's where it becomes a problem. And I don't really know how World of Warcraft solves that problem, because I agree that it is an issue that, you know, Mythic Plus has. But I think if Final Fantasy is doing a system from the ground up, it should be like challenge modes. It should be purely cosmetic-based, and there should be, in my opinion, a timer, but the timer is purely for bragging rights. It's purely a sense of, you know, oh, did I get the top timer so I can, like, show off to my friends and be like, hey, you know, I did this really cool thing. And I still think doing a dungeon in a fast amount of time is a fun challenge. It's a fun thing to basically say, oh, you know, I, like, speedrun this dungeon, or whatever. But, ooh. So we should go here. And then here. I'm not standing in that. If I'm not getting healed, fuck that. Alright, I'm alive. Is that the mechanic that everybody says is so hard to deal with? Because so many people say that, like, Red Chocobo is just deadly as fuck. Unless they nerfed it. Maybe they nerfed it. I don't know. But yeah, I think a system like challenge modes are fine. Because the reason why nobody gave a shit about challenge modes, despite the fact that A, challenge modes were way harder than Mythic Plus, and B, challenge modes required, required you to do it quickly to even access a lot of the harder rewards. So it wasn't even a case of, you know, you get like a slightly better... Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm alive. Okay. This is tough. Okay, no, now I see it. I definitely can see the difficulty here. A lot of people are dead. Oh, God. Okay, I see. So you need to figure out the correct area to move to depending on where the pattern is rotating. That's actually sick. That's a cool mechanic. I dig that. Okay, I need to focus now. Okay. Holy shit! What is this? Okay, I need to focus. I don't want to die. I'm just gonna spam Storm's Path to get as much healing as physically possible. I think I might die here, though. I can't soak this. One more. Fine, I'll soak this. Okay, it did, like, no damage. Okay. Equilibrium. A little bit safer. Doko Meteor Stream. Okay, so this was the one that I nearly died to the last time. Get this. Oh. Okay, we're good, we're good. Which way are the red circles rotating? That way! Oh, damn it. I thought they were going to rotate the other direction. No! Ah, I fucked up. I was so close! And at last second I fucked up. That is hard. Holy shit. Good boss, though. I see why people talk about the red chocobo so much. That's actually really sick. Hopefully I get rezzed. Anyways, yeah, I think if Final Fantasy has like a scaling dungeon, it shouldn't be for gear. Probably. I think, if anything, it should have like Palace of the Dead style rewards where the farther you go in terms of like the dungeon scaling level, the better cosmetic rewards you get. Because they already kind of have that with Palace, right? So I don't think people would really be that pissed off, because if you already dislike the idea that, like, the better players get the better rewards, which, like, you know, don't play an MMO if that's what you're after, honestly. That's just kind of how MMOs work. But I would say most people kind of understand that that's kind of, you know, how MMOs function. But if somebody really has a gripe with that, they're already pissed off at Final Fantasy XIV. Because it already has a lot of cosmetic rewards locked behind difficult content, like Palace of the Dead Floor 200. So, it's not like that is unheard of for this game. And, I mean, I also think it's the right way to do things. I think that's the correct way to design your game. If you want the best cosmetics, or the best anything, you should have to do the hardest content. So, I think it's especially better if gear rewards aren't locked behind it, because gear rewards can be a bit controversial. You know, people don't like it when, oh, you know, to have the best gear in the game, like, you have to do, like, all this really hard content. But if all you're doing is, or if all you're getting is, like, a cool cosmetic, like, title or pet or something like that to say, hey, I did this really hard level dungeon or something like that, I think that's totally okay. And I think most people would agree that's totally okay. So, something like that I think could work really well. But in that case, I think it probably should have a timer because, or if anything, maybe the timer should be, like, for a leaderboard or something. But there should be a timer. But make it so maybe as long as you hit, like, make the timer very generous. Like, as long as you get, like, within a certain threshold, you know, you get the rewards for something like that. But then there's an extra leaderboard with the timer and stuff like that. Like, for instance, I forget exactly what it was, but back in, like, World of Warcraft Warlords of Draenor, when challenge modes were a thing back then, you had like, gold times being, like, I want to say it was, like, 14 minutes for Iron Docks. Actually, let me look it up. Warlords of Draenor, Iron Docks, challenge mode, gold time. Iron Docks, 20 minutes for gold. Wow, that's it? Really? You had 20... Fuck, man. We did that in 15 minutes regularly. Okay, so Iron Docks, to get the gold time, which was like, you got the best rewards if you got gold on Iron Docks. According to this, 20 minutes. Now, in carries, I sold lots of challenge mode carries. We regularly did Iron Docks in, whatchamacallit, in 15 minutes, roughly. And that was with one less person, because basically the carry was dead weight. So, it was absolutely 100% doable. And even though it was hard, right, the timer was, like, very, very generous. Like, as long as you knew what you were doing, you could get that timer easily, you get all the best rewards. We pushed it further because we had fun. And the hardest stuff, the really competitive stuff, I should say, the leaderboard requirements, let me look it up. I want to make sure I'm right about this. I want to see if I can find my friend's world record. Warlords of Draenor, Iron Docks, challenge mode, world record time. These are all guides. A lot of Asmongold guides for challenge modes and stuff like that. I remember my friends had a YouTube channel where they posted all of their world records back in the day. But and apparently they took down all the websites with the scores. Yeah, that sucks. There's a page where you can check the no, I want to look at Iron Docks. Yes, so Iron Docks. I remember that guy. That was... Okay, this is definitely not right. Yeah, this is early WoD. Because it's saying that the world record for Iron Docks is 13 minutes, which is not correct at all. I read they don't want to make more jobs super complex so they can have more complex boss fights. I think that's fine. Yeah. I love the idea of, like, easy to learn, hard to master jobs, and then very complex boss fights that require you to master your jobs to actually, like, complete. I think that's good design. I agree with that. Yeah, I can't find the world records. Is it not documented here at all? That sucks. Let me check YouTube, maybe. Maybe I can find their old video. So, let me just look. Warlords of Draenor. Iron Docks. Challenge mode. World record. Where is it? Was that them? I mean, I see a Grimrail Depot. Yeah, I don't know. There's a 5-minute time here, which by yeah, so either way, there was a 5-minute world record at some point. I know my friends got it down to 2 minutes, but for some reason I can't find their video. I don't know what happened to it. But that is unfortunate. I would have loved to be able to find that again. Maybe I'll message them and ask like if they have the video links somewhere, because it would be cool to see. But point being, right? You have these challenge modes that have a recommended time of 20 minutes to get all the best rewards, and I know for a fact that my friends got Iron Docks down in like 2 minutes something, so they did it that much faster than the recommended time. So I think timers are still fun because as long as the timer is reasonable, right? It makes it so you can still get all of the best rewards, but then there's like a fun little additional challenge for people who just want to, you know, push past that and see how much they can master it, right? So that's what I think should be done. But it's a shame that I can't find my friend's old world record times. At the very least, if you want to say that, like, the highest world record I could find is 5 minutes, 5 minutes world record when the recommended time is 20 is still a huge increase. I just realized my character's wearing a dress. Like, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a dress, but this chess piece definitely looks like a dress. Like, it even has the little lacing on it. Yeah, I never really paid much attention to it. I need a better chess piece. Oh boy. I wonder, does it scale my gear up? Or do I still use, like, whatever gear I enter with? So... Ooh. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Basja. Ooh. Spooky. That's a cool mask.
Oh, is she a traitor? Ah.
Plot twist.
Well, I guess that means we're gonna have to kill her later on.
Okay, so I assume I need to be a certain, like, resistance rank to pick up the next quest. Resistance rank of 8. Oh, well, I'm almost resistance rank 8, so that works out. Okay, so the next rank is 51k, damn. Alright. Wait, did I get any lockboxes? Yeah, okay, I have a few. I already have that. Garbage. Blah. Oh, nothing really good then. Yeah, because I already have this one. And I'm assuming it's not going to sell for much on the market board, so... Unfortunate. Oh, nice. New section. Well, that's good. Presumably that means more access to, like, critical engagements and stuff, which is good. Okay, Warrior 74. Yeah, with a bit of grinding, I could definitely get this to 80 this weekend. Paladin's probably a bit too far off. Even though I've been making good progress with it, it's... My Paladin on this character is just way too underleveled. I'll see what I can do. The only issue is it's like... There's so many things I want to do. Like... I need to still keep my tank alts ready in WoW, but then I also want to prep all my stuff in Final Fantasy, but I still want to continue making videos, and obviously I had to not upload videos for 3 days this week, partially because I've been working on a really, well, I wouldn't say big video, but a very important video, the tank one, which I've been spending an immense amount of time on. And that has taken up a ton of time, so that ended up being where most of my time went. Hopefully it works out. But that is going to release on Monday, and then it's like, I've already finished that, so that is done, basically. But then the question is, alright, out of the remaining time that I have this week, some of that time is going to also need to go to my final project, which, you know, final project school is ultimately the top priority. So then, in my remaining time, do I work on Final Fantasy stuff? Do I work on WoW stuff? Do I make videos? Etc. It's just... I don't fucking know, honestly. Way too much shit to do right now. I don't want to die, so I'm going to keep running. Why is the mount so slow? I don't know. It's a ground mount. It's not flying, so... I mean, like, mount speed at the end of the day is kind of a matter of perspective. Like, I don't think it's necessarily that it's slow, it's just that because it's such a large mount, it looks like it's moving slow because its animation is kind of just, like, lumbering a little bit like that. If that makes sense. Nice. So now I can do stuff up to here. Oh, this is cool. Might as well just join now, though. Any progress I make running to the next area is going to be wasted the moment I get teleported, so... just get it over with. I need 10k more metal. This reminiscence. I don't know what reminiscence is. Oh, that just means that you have some actions queued up. Okay, I see. "27 seconds. No healers in this group, though. So hopefully I end up being fine, but we'll see. I remember I did this one before, but I can't quite recall exactly what its mechanics are. Oh yeah, this is the one where I need to take damage from the alternate color. Oh yeah, and those hearts really hurt. Okay. That, I remember, killed me a lot. Yeah, don't want to get hit by that, then. Oh, that's gonna hit somebody. Oh, that person. Okay, so I'm pink on the next one. I don't know why they didn't run into melee with that. Oh, pink, pink. Oh, okay. Well, I'm good anyway. Is this one that I... Okay, I already have that one. That's fine, though. Can go back, do a turn-in, and... Honestly, I feel like it doesn't seem worth it to do any of the fates, unless I'm missing something. But it seems like the only thing that's really worth doing for, like, the amount of time spent is the critical engagements in Bosja. Because the fates take so long to do for, ultimately, like, basically just dogshit rewards, whereas each critical engagement takes, in some cases, less time than a fate, gives more experience, and gives better, like, medal rewards and other stuff. So I don't see the reason to do anything but critical engagements unless you're trying to grind it out. Because the way I see it, right? Like, if I were to just half AFK in Bosja, and I were to only... it's Luna's stand, right? Yeah. So, let's say I sat right here, and critical engagement pops. I just press this button, enter the critical engagement. But I could do that without actually participating in any fates whatsoever, and I would still gain, I would say, 75% of the amount of experience I would if I was just out there farming fates in the meantime. So I feel like Bosja honestly could be done partially AFK in that case. Like, you leave Final Fantasy running, you participate in critical engagements, and then whenever there isn't one, you just do something else. I feel like that would be an efficient way to use your time. I know some people would rather grind it out, but it's just, as I keep doing this, I don't see any reason to grind Bosja if most of the rewards come from, like, very specific activities. Something to consider, I guess. Now, I think I can reach this camp, because otherwise it wouldn't show up on my map. Yeah, okay, I can reach the camp. It's interesting, though, because I think this is the first camp I've seen that, yeah, isn't, like, a gateway to a new area. So there's Southern Entrenchment, Old Bosja, and the Alermic Climb. And then I think whatever that area is. Critical engagement. So I can just attune to this. Perfect. Okay, that's like... Wait. Mapping the realm. Oh. That's the entire map? Yeah, so those Bosnian riders look like they're probably going to kick my ass. Cool models, though. It's like a samurai, you know, cavalry unit. Dig it. Gives me Shogun 2 vibes. Alright, commence. Now, I am curious, so... this gets me up to a 235 resistance weapon. But where's the quest to actually upgrade it? So, let me look into this, actually. Resistance weapon. Because I've gotten my second tier. Yeah, so I have the resistance weapon, I have the augmented resistance weapons. And I have the... what is it? Yeah, so I finished the recollection weapon. So next is Law's Order weapons. Ah. So I need to reach rank 10 in Bosnia. Gotcha. Fearing Crystal Tower Alliance raids grants 1 memory. Huh. Damn, so you have to do... okay, no, so you either do Alliance raids in Heavensward or Stormblood, and then augmented... interesting. So augmented Law's Order weapons, you... there's a lot of steps to this. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. The only thing I'm seeing, though, is apparently I need to be level 10 in Bosnia. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is there's a lot of steps required to get a fully upgraded resistance weapon. But it seems like all I need to do is get my Bosnia rank up to bare minimum of 10, unless this guide is missing something. And then after that, it's just a lot of grinding. And I have to do content in Bosnia, but not necessarily stuff that increases my resistance rank. So right now it's 8. Alright. Made it out of that without a scratch. But yeah, it looks like, okay, so Bosnia level 10, and then just lots of grinding. But that kind of stuff I could easily just do mindlessly while alternating between that and, like, video editing or something. Huh. I'll have to think about it. I don't know what I'm going to do for tomorrow's stream. Is that just for doing critical engagements? Cool. Alright. Yeah, so at this point... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that. Withdraw. At this point, I have, like, about as much... I would just need to honestly mindlessly grind critical engagements, which isn't something that I want to do at this exact moment in time. So I think what I'll do here is... Can I leave Bajja? Yeah, abandon duty. Then I can focus on getting the crafted stuff next. Because that's something that I actually am going to need to focus on fully. Now... Elegant Tombstone of Revelation. Okay, so the stuff that I want to get crafted is... if I check... I need to check my history. I accidentally closed one of the tabs that I needed. Ah, shit. There we go. Okay. Rings, yes. So... Yeah, this quest isn't, yeah, no, none of the new ones are available. So I want to get 2 rings that are crafted. So Augmented Exarchic Ring of Fending. And that one is not unique equipped, so I could have 2. And it's here. So if I look at Master Recipes... Yeah, Augmented Exarchic Ring of Fending, and it's not unique equipped, meaning I can have 2 of them on at once, compared to... yeah, this one is unique. Both of these are unique untradeable. But as we can see from this thing, there is no unique tag on it, meaning I can double up on this. So I want to return to the Crystarium, and then I need to pop over to Yulmore to do some price tracking. They're over here. And the reason why I'm getting these crafted rings is because basically there are 2 things that you need to consider, especially when looking at tank gear in Final Fantasy XIV, and that is item level first and foremost, but also the amount of stats that you're getting. So if I look at my gear right now, this chest piece has strength, vit, crit, and death. Now that's good. This is a perfectly good chest piece. There is a better chest piece at 530 item level. According to the list that I'm reading, the best chest piece is the one from the raid, and it has the exact same stats, but with 10 additional item levels. So, good. You know, it's just the same stats, but scaled up. But in some cases, there is like a ring, for instance, that has 10 additional item levels, and you lose secondary stats for tenacity. And tenacity is kind of a tricky thing, because tenacity just reduces your damage taken, and it's kind of shit because you, generally speaking, don't need it. And especially while leveling, you definitely don't need it, because nothing's going to kill you while you're leveling, so damage is all that matters. So, in theory, it's still better to take a higher item level piece with tenacity on it, because the main stat scales better. But if I have to value, like, my resources, right? So if I only have a limited amount of these tombstones to spend, I would rather spend all of these elegant tombstones of revelation on something which is going to give me the best amount of stats possible. And the elegant tombstone of revelation items for rings have tenacity on them, meaning they're less valuable, relatively speaking, than something that actually has double secondary stats. But the crafted rings are 520 item level, and they have, wrong thing. Exarchic accessories. Yeah, crafted rings, 520 item level, and ring of fending. Here we go. It has double secondaries, crit and death. So this doesn't necessarily mean that it is better than a 530 item level ring, but I would say it is more valuable for me to get this through crafting and spend my tomestones on something else. So this is what I'm going to focus on. Now, I have enough Yulmorin certificates to get this thing. And I need 2 Crystalline Rain. So, purchase Rain Exchange, Crystalline Rain, 2 for each. So that is 4 total. Purchase accessories. And then I'm going to get 2 rings. Slot this in. Awesome. Now I head over here, throw these on. That's 2 more item levels, and I can extract this materia. Always extract whatever materia you have before desynthesizing. Did I click the wrong button? Fuck hell. I thought I hit extract materia. Well, that's unlucky. It's not a huge loss of gold, though. But it's still annoying. Can't desynthesize this. I can put it in my glamour dresser later on. Either way, materia melting. Currently equipped. Rings. Crit takes priority. So any savage aim. Savage aim. I can put 1 of each. And then probably direct hit. Generally speaking. Let me double check. Make sure that's what they recommend. Yeah. Okay, yeah, direct hit is recommended. Okay, so direct hit rate plus 60. Over here. Perfect. All right. So now I have a few pieces of gear down. Next up, let's look at the other accessories. So for necklace. Necklace, it's recommended that I get the raid piece. And if I check what the raid piece I obviously can't get, so it's important to see. So Augmented Crypt Lurkers has tenacity. Unfortunately, so does the crafted necklace. Ah. That's fine. I'd say it's probably better to just get the crafted necklace than invest money. So both of them are equally bad. In that case, I take the crafted one. So if I go to purchase Exalted or Exarchic gear, the necklace is 21. And I have 24. Okay. So if I want to get that, I need a bit more Tomestones of Allegory. Yeah, I would need 20 or 16 more Tomestones of Allegory to be able to craft that. Or buy that, rather. Let me double check Bracers. So Bracers, it recommends getting the raid ones as well. And the purchasable ones are good. So I might invest in that. I won't worry about it just yet. Earrings, it recommends getting crit debt. I check the Exarchic earrings offending. These have crit skill speed. So yeah, earrings and bracelets could go... Or no, earrings and necklace could go either way. Right. No, earrings and bracelet. God, I'm confusing myself. Okay. So it is the necklace that I need to get. In that case, I should do a roulette before I start. Yeah, normal raids, probably. That would give me enough. Instant Q-pop. Hello, Richard. I'm not sure what that says, but good to see you. Oh, nice, Alexander. These are super fast. I forget which boss this is, though. Was this like the big foam guy? Or am I misremembering? Yeah, it is the big foam guy. Also, God, this soundtrack is such a banger. Oh, fuck, good. I just wish my rotation at this level was, like, better. Not having my full combo is, like, frustrating. That guy got knocked into the edge. Huh. Oh, rip my burst window. Wasn't too bad, though. Pretty quick. Or forget. You died because dumb guy brings mob to you and you area attack so they aggro on you? I feel that. It's happened to me. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that, Cosmic. I've definitely been a victim of that myself. Alright, so I have enough to get my necklace. It is necklace, right? I want to make sure I'm not getting it wrong. Yeah, it's necklace. Okay, necklace is the one that I need to get. Rain exchange, crystal, and rain. And then pop over here, purchase accessories, and this thing. Alright. Now I can retrieve materia. Hopefully it works. Fuck. One more. Fingers crossed. Nice, okay. Meld this. The guide recommends crit and direct hit. Makes sense. Okay. 505. We're getting there. Now, bracelets and earrings. I should probably focus first on... Yeah, earring is definitely the one that I want to get. So if I go to Tombstone Exchange, Tombstones of Revelation, then accessories, earrings of Fending, I can already buy it. Perfect. Alright. Then this. And retrieve materia. That's lucky. That's really lucky. Alright. So now I just need to meld materia in it, and... Actually, should I upgrade it first? So it recommends double direct hit. Then Crypt Lurker, Gear Augmentation. This is what I need to get. So Augmented Crypt Lurkers, Earrings of Fending. This thing. So I need the regular one, and then Crypt Dusting. So how expensive is Crypt Dusting? Where do I even get Crypt Dusting? Actually, come to think of it. Here, I'll look it up. Because I have... Unless it's in here. Oh, it is in here. Crypt Dusting, I need... Puppets Coin, Breach Coin, and Manufactured Coin. Oh, I have that, I think. Where did I get this? Yeah, let me see. Summoning Bell. First off, sell items in your inventory. Let's just go 250 for 2. This is probably worth nothing. Yeah, it's... I guess 45. Better than just throwing it away. Craftsman's Command Materia 7. This could go for 3,750. Yeah, 3,750. Cool. Then, next up, Pure Bead. This is pretty bad, but 125, sure. And then I need to check my retainer. So, I know I have my coins, like the Puppet's Bunker coins, somewhere. I don't think I've spent them. That's been sitting in there this whole time, huh? Must be my other retainer then. Entrust or withdraw items. So I have Breach Coin. There's no... Do I not have any copied factory or Puppet's Bunker coins? Did I spend them on something? Oh, that would suck. Let me double check. None. Alright, well, it looks like I'm doing Puppet's Bunker. Okay, where is it? Copied Factory, I guess, and Puppet's Bunker. Yeah, so I need to do those to get the coin to upgrade my earring. Nice. Bracelets. So, for bracelets, it's down to... Do I get debt skill speed or crit debt? And I would actually imagine that the crafted bracer is better in that case. So, probably should just go make it. So if I go to... yeah, actually, okay. Go over here. Your exchange. If I want to buy pair bracers, 21. And I already have 3. Crafting belts is enough to get 21. So I either craft a belt or I craft an accessory. Now, crafting the ring, for instance, would cost me 2 solstice ingots. I actually have that. All I would need is 1 dwarven mithril ingot. So I have enough to craft that. Armoring... Plate belt offending, yeah, no, so it's definitely worth it for me to get the goldsmith thing. Okay, so... Goldsmith, Exarchic Ring offending. I first need to get Dwarven Mithril Nuggets. So that would be here. Dimithrite Sand and Mithrite Sand. Fuck. I'm just gonna buy that. I don't feel like going out and harvesting it right now. That's probably cheap. So 4 dimithrite sand, 1 mithrite sand. Even though this isn't really going to contribute too much overall quality towards my final craft, if you're making something like this that costs like, you know, tens of thousands of gil, you don't want to fail it. Every last bit of quality counts. So dimithrite sand. I can only buy... fine. Of 1 extra. And myth. Okay, nice. Oh wait, there's a difference between mithril sand and mithrite sand, apparently. Mithrite. Mithrite sand. Fuck it. Fine. And then here, it's pretty straightforward. I don't even really need to pay attention to what I'm doing for something like this, because it's nearly impossible to fail this craft. There we go. Okay, Dwarven Mithril Nugget, and now Master Recipes, Exarchic Ring of Fending, 2 Solstice Ingots. Now I need to pay attention, because this is a lot of money worth of materials, and I don't want to fuck this up. So, Reflect, Manipulation, Innovation, nice, good proc. Okay, so I need to check something here. Calculations. If I pop Bergot's Blessing right now, gives me 10,800. Yep, that's enough. Okay, 100% high quality chance. So, progress. Nice. Good rapid synthesis proc. I kind of need to get, okay, yeah, if one of those hits, we're fine. Now I just go groundwork. There's always a little bit of inherent RNG when you're crafting stuff like this, because most of the time, unless you have perfect tools, so I managed to get it down, so if I have perfect gear, like if these tools were not blues, and they were equally as good as my other gear, I would be able to get it down to a science, but I've realized that when I'm crafting this kind of stuff, I need at least like a slightly decent RNG level to get one of those rapid synthesis things to hit. Otherwise, if I'm going for perfect 100% quality and I get like no good procs, I'm kind of fucked. But there, I got one good proc at a good time. First rapid synthesis hit, which was good. So it worked out. We got this ring, which if I go over here, there we go. Exarchic Ring of Fending. Now, this isn't what I'm going to use, so it doesn't really matter what I crafted, because even though I already have both of my rings, all I'm doing with this ring is I'm heading over to Yulmor, and I'm basically cashing in what I crafted for certificates, which I can then exchange for any piece of jewelry. So it just so happens that ring was the cheapest one that I could have crafted. But the exchange rate for rings and necklaces is the exact same. So that's all that matters. So earn certificates, accessories. Pop this guy in. And now I have 21 certificates. Awesome. So at this point, all I need to do is get 44, or I have 44. I need to get... that would be 160 tomestones of allegory. Yeah, allegory. And then I can get the upgraded version of the bracelet. And once I have that, I will be set for all accessories until I get my upgraded necklace or earring. Belt we can ignore. These two pieces I might upgrade later on, but either way, they're already pretty set. And helmets, pants, and boots. In theory, I would like to get 525 pieces from Bozja. So I am set there. Don't need to farm anything else. So I finished all of my crafting, I believe. How much actually is it to if I were to make, like, smithing. Master recipes 8. So, if I, yeah, something like... Aesthete Sledgehammer, that's 405, 709. I don't know if that would actually compete with Land Saints. Even with full overmelding. Maybe I could do the math on that. But I feel like Land Saints would either be roughly equivalent or better. Because, that's a tough call. I don't know. What I want to look into, though, is resplendent crafting tools. I'm not actually going to make it over here in time before the queue pops probably, but resplendent tools... Yeah, like, these things are pretty good. 830, 455 with 3 materia slots is very, very nice. So, resplendent crafter tools are probably the way to go. Because these ones have less overall stats and only 1 materia slot, meaning overall it wouldn't be able to catch up. But your secondary item, because I don't think you can get a resplendent secondary, that would still be best with crafting, right? So crafting and gathering, if I go to Carpenter, there's no achievement for resplendent. Yeah, even these achievements still give. Yeah. Main hand. So offhand, I might go ahead and make at least the offhands, because those are generally cheaper. So, for instance, if I'm looking at the cost of the culinary knife versus the pan, except I don't know where the pan is. Here we go. Cross-peen hammer. They're actually the same to make. Interesting. I didn't realize that. But I have a lot of these materials left over. And one thing I just realized is the prices for all of these materials, pure beads, cobalt alloys, and stuff like that, is dirt cheap now. So I could probably get these mats for super cheap and craft it myself, because of the fact that all of the actual, like, combat gear now uses higher level materials. Interesting. I'm Alliance A? I'm in the wrong area. Alright, let me, this one, right? I vaguely remember how this mechanic works. But it's been a hot minute since I've done Puppet's Bunker. For some reason, I feel like absurdly hungry all of a sudden, and I don't know why. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, this one's closing in faster. Also, I don't think I checked. Am I getting second chance points for this? Yeah, okay. I'm getting a bonus. Would suck if, like, after specific queuing for this, I didn't get, like, a second chance points bonus, but the odds of it happening for an alliance raid is, like, extremely high, because there's 24 players. You'd have to get really, really unlucky if no person out of the 24 in your raid haven't done this for the first time. Yep. Ah, I was slightly... Fuck. Alright. Whatever, it's not lethal. It doesn't matter. Alright. I guess I should at least greed on every item. Because somebody's probably going to need it, but if nobody does, then I might as well, like, roll for it for disenchanting. I'm so used to just passing on stuff because I, never used to need it for professions, but now that I actually have them all leveled up, I need to start disenchanting more. Or slow. Alright. So it looks like I have way more ads than I'm supposed to. So, hopefully this doesn't backfire. It would be nice if the DPS were, like, AoEing it. Like we're fine. Most of them are dead now. All right. like, it's been a while, but I remember this boss just absolutely clapping people's cheeks the first time I did this. Or, well, rather, the only time I did this. I think I've only ever done this once. Trying to remember what it was. There was some mechanic that did a ton of damage. I guess we'll see. Some, like, bombing run thing. Oh, is this it? These begin synchronous assault. Yeah, this was it. That guy is so dead. There's a lot of dead people. Yeah, okay, that was the mechanic. I knew there was something that just murdered people. I like how this guy just goes, why am I an idiot? I feel that. That, like, resonates so much with me. So far, it looks like, for the most part, things are not bad, though. Like, only one person's still dead. I make it? I made it. Oh, that person's almost dead. Oh, no! That poor dancer. I thought they were gonna survive. I love when people die in Final Fantasy because it's so, like, delayed. So you never know if they're actually gonna make it or not. Just, like, you see the animation go out and you're like, was there a hitbox in it? And then their dead body falls over and you're like, ah. Hit the wrong button there. So far, this seems to be going well. Looks like, oh, one of them has a lot of health left. Should still be fine, though. Yeah. Alright, 2 down. Now it's just this last one. Wow, this thing has a lot of health left. The Group B was, slacking a little bit, huh? Nice. Offer A. All right. I vaguely remember this encounter. But this is like a mini boss, right? Hmm. Decided to stretch for a second, right when the boss fight started. Oh, that guy. He just got fucking blasted. I feel bad for him because I don't think he realized the tank was standing next to him. That's like a completely understandable mistake. Wrong button. Fuck. That felt a little bit fast. Yeah, it looks like a lot of other people got hit too. I want to say this guy doesn't give loot, but I really hope he does, and I'm just misremembering. Because if this boss doesn't give loot, and he takes this fucking long to kill, that would be kind of annoying. Because this would be a lot of help for a mini-boss. I'm gonna trust everybody here. I'm gonna say standing inside these is probably a good idea. I hope that was correct. Either way, I'm alive, so I'm assuming it was. Crazy how little of these I actually remember. I remember a lot about Copied Factory only because I ran that place like at least 3 different times. But I think I only ever did this place once, and then this is the second time. So my memory on that is a bit... Okay. Nobody got hit. Okay, this does drop loot. Eh, alright. Also gives actually a pretty hefty chunk of tombstones. $90 gear. I think actually my boots are still $490, right? They are. It's not an upgrade, but interesting. Oh, I got both. Cool. Honestly, the appearance of this is kind of sick, though. Like, I was thinking of desynthesizing it, but I could see myself genuinely using that. Like, just black military-style boots. Because I really like the visual style of the whole, like, Yorha set. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but, like, that's what I'm calling it. But, you know, this jacket is honestly kind of dope. Like, I dig it. And then the gloves are just very simple. Because whenever I look for transmogs, I look for stuff that visually is very simple, but still looks cool. So I don't like, you know, the super fancy, over-the-top, like, gigantic shoulder pad looking stuff from WoW. What I like is the very, you know, plain, clean edges. That type of transmog. And this is exactly that. It's just simple, nice, clean leather edges and stuff like that. Oh. And then I think my pants are... Oh no, my pants are something different. They're the Gunbreaker set. Yeah, you know what? I won't desynthesize this. I will actually keep it. Oh, the Dragoon is dead. As is tradition. Where is the Dragoon? Oh, he got rezzed. I was wondering if he died by just walking into the kill zone at the end of the room, because that would have been great. And this is like the most horrifying boss in the entire game. Or one of, I would say. There's some pretty fucking creepy bosses here. Luckily, I've already seen this cutscene, so I spared anybody here from having to watch it again. Because this is one of the most terrifyingly awful cutscenes for a boss introduction I've ever seen. Ah, not a fan. And people are still outside. Alright, we should be good. I'm pulling. As long as everybody's in the room, to me that's a signal that, okay, we're good to go. There's something like an alliance raid. Alright, I should have moved out of that. I didn't realize. That guy was fast. Or rather, the opposite, but... I thought he was gonna die. But he was pretty lucky there. Okay. Phase 2 after this, I think. That poor dancer. Well, that person's in the kill zone. I wonder if that actually counts. God, I hate this boss fight so much. Of all the cutscenes to be unskippable, fucking hate that so much. I forget these mechanics, but I guess if I just, like, follow people... Okay, they're all standing inside, so... No! That dancer again! God, Look, if they're a new player, I feel so bad. But, like, if they're intentionally dying to every single mechanic in the funniest way possible, that's good. But holy shit. That's like, I don't even know how many times now I've seen them almost survive, and then they just make one little mistake and they're dead. I feel bad for laughing, but it's genuinely fucking hysterical. I don't know what that mechanic does. I'm just gonna sit here and DPS and hope I don't die. That hit me. Ow. Reproduce. Oh boy. I'm gonna trust everybody. Oh, some of them just ate shit. My combo got broken. The dancers survived that, though, so props to them. Where are they? Ah. I don't want to just ignore this one. Okay, yeah. Looks like I could actually do that. Easy then. Uh, 2P card. Do I have that? I guess I don't. Okay, nobody else needs this stuff, I guess. Unless I'm just genuinely straight up winning every roll. Nice. I'll greed this. Okay, somebody needed it. Cool. Good for them. And gloves of striking. Alright. So, what are these pants? These are, like, fairly simple pants. They look almost exactly like the ones I have on, though. The only difference is they have these, like, random buckles. I don't even know what those buckles are supposed to do. They're like kneecap buckles. Odd. Yeah, this one I don't care about having the appearance, so I'm going to desynthesize this. Ooh, 10k. And this. Megalania leather. Secure your knees in place, yeah. Very important, I'm sure. I think that's it. So, yeah, I've gotten all that stuff. Okay, yeah. This reminds me, I need to quit being lazy with crafters. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get all my crafting and stuff prepped. I mean, at this point, as long as you have everything at level 80, it doesn't really matter. So if you have, like, all your stuff caught up, max level, then you're pretty much set for Endwalker. You know, it'll be a little bit easier if you have gear now, but I would say the money and time investment it would take to get, like, good crafting gear or even gathering gear now probably isn't worth it, other than I did put out a video talking about resplendent gathering tools, which are very easy to get, and probably are worth your time. But for other crafting stuff, it's like, yeah, you can just get it to 80 and then you'll be set to go. You have nothing at 80 crafter-wise, gathering-wise, you slam dunk a rude, but crafters, yeah. Best, like, suggestion I have is... Well, actually, So I was going to say farm leave quests, but I actually wouldn't recommend that right now. So, problem with leave quests is you're going to want to make sure that when you go into Endwalker, you have 100 out of 100 for leave quests, because they're really nice for leveling. And it's going to be much, much more ideal to do that in the new expansion. I mean, I guess if you do a few. But, like, I spammed leave quests. I went from 100 to 0, and then just had it recharge over a long period of time. And that really helped for leveling. I remember cooking I did almost entirely through these, like, biscuits. And there was a leave quest that you could repeat over and over for, like, some gathering biscuits or whatever. And I made a ton of those at high quality. And it was a super easy source of experience. And I made a ton of gold from it, too. So these things. I need 60 Resplendent Carpenter's final material. Or Resplendent whatever's final material. So if I get a component C... I get 2 of these. So, let me see if I got this right. I need 30 really high quality component Cs to be able to make this. And let's compare for a second. You have your Culinarian at 80 because your friend forced you to take leaf quest items he made? Yeah, okay, well that checks out. Yeah, Culinarian is the easiest one to level. Because that's exactly what I did. I spammed leave quests over and over and over. And Culinarian, it's so easy to level through leave quests. So I'm guessing in that case, you probably did the same thing I did. But other ones are a little bit trickier to level. I would say if you're gonna level it up, I mean, I did stuff like I would just farm a ton of stuff with gathering, and then I got a ton of XP refining. And then with some of the refined materials, a good way to do it is always find a leave quest that requires you to craft something that you haven't recorded a proof of completion of. So that way you're getting the XP from crafting, the XP from proof of completion, and the XP from the leave quest. So it's like, you know, tripling. But it really is just a bit of a grind, inherently. Yeah, cookies. Yeah, it was the cookies, right. That was what I crafted. I couldn't remember. I think I called them biscuits. I remember it was some kind of, like, circular food item that I just made a ton of. And just grinded it out through leaf quests. Okay, so if I compare. Final material. So, Ace Knight's round knife. This is 806, 441. This is 830, 455. Time to do the math on this. I'm going to do the math right now, because this is something I kind of want to figure out. So, this would be craftsmanship. I think the real question is how much control this gives. So I'm getting 441 control. So if I bust out my calculator, 441 control from the base item. Plus 13, plus 26. So is my calculator actually... Yeah, my calculator pops up. I forgot that I set that up. So 441 plus 26 equals... oh, thank you. Plus 18. So that's 485. And 455 plus, let's say 26. So 455. Yeah. The resplendent tools, I think, are better. Because the reason I only did 2 level 8s is because in theory you'd want to have a CP something. You'd want to have something that increases your CP in the final materia slot. Alright. So this is worth getting. If it's not too expensive. And it's only primary tools. Okay. Can close this out. Weekly deliveries are pretty solid too if you want to be super slow about it. That's true. Yeah, I forgot about weekly deliveries because I think I power leveled all of mine in like a very short period of time. So I did the weekly deliveries and then I kind of just grinded the rest. Let me look at this. So it's for Carpenter. Component C. So I need Resplendent Carpenter's Material C. And how do I get Resplendent Carpenter's Material C? Oh no. Wait. Okay, hold. Resplendent Carpenter's Material A. Where? No, that's just the appraiser. So script exchange. If I keep clicking the wrong one. Crafter script exchange. Level 80 items. I don't know where... Is it under level 70 items? No. That's so much farming. What? Oh, shit. Okay. So you need to buy the material A with... Oh, that sucks. Can you market board this? Okay, so I need to buy... Let me double check this. Resplendent materials. So if I get this at a high quality, which in theory I should be able to do, that would be material B. I'm trying to do the math on this. So every single material that you put in... Oh, no. It's 2. Okay. So it requires to craft a component B. So component A is 1-to-1. Oh, God, this is confusing. Every single material A that I get translates into 1 component A. Right. Oh, that's so fucked. This is such a bullshit grind. Well, let me think. So that would require me to get 30, right? Because if I got... No. This is so confusing. So if I had 30 Resplendent Carpenter's A components, I would be able to get, and it was of a certain quality, yeah, I'd be able to get 60 Resplendent Carpenter's B materials. Then if using those materials, I crafted 30, because it requires 2 each, of this thing, with a certain high one, I'd be able to get 60 of these. Then if I used those 60 to craft high quality versions of this 30 times. Oh, that's so crap. So in total, I would need to do 30 really good crafts, then another 30 to get this, another 30 to get that. That's 120 total crafts at absolute best, like, quality. If I fuck up or if I get bad RNG, because I don't really know exactly how tight the requirement on this is. Let me find out, actually. I'll find out about this. So, crafting script, level 70 items. What's something I could do? So I have... Let's go Weaver. Weaver is usually something that's pretty important. So I already have the tool for Alchemist, and I have the tool for Carpenter. So I'm probably not going to worry with that. But, yeah, Weaver, let's go all 17. Sure. Now, if I pop over to Weaver, go to Master Recipes 8, Resplendent Component A. It says the difficulty of this is 12,000, or, 12,000 roughly, and that is infinitely harder, apparently, than just crafting a piece of gear. You're gonna leave, see you later? No problem, Cosmic. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, so I have to... Oh, it's one of these fucking things. Oh, you're fucking joking. Okay. Well, I know how this goes. And this is supposed to be the easy craft, I think. Centered. Increases action success rate by 25%. Well, that's useless, I guess. It's only good for rapid synthesis. But I don't need that right now. This... Sturdy reduces loss of durability by 50%. Sturdy again. Okay, I'm gonna pop this. Then... Motherfucker, what? What is this quality? I don't understand. It's so... Even with Burgott's Blessing, this would be 7,000. I would barely be able to scratch this. What the fuck? What even is this? This is actually crazy. I guess I just do Hasty Touch. Centered. Normal. Pliant. Oh yeah, Pliant. So you want to land Pliant on like Manipulation or something. I don't see how this is supposed to be doable. So I'm gonna just... This is not feasible at all. And I don't know what the hell they were smoking when they decided to make this. But this is actually kind of just insultingly garbage as a way to get resplendent tools. Actually, yeah, I quit. Fuck the material. I don't even care about it. I need... How many of these? It needs to be collectability of 7,500. So, what I don't understand is, okay, so the quality goes up to 75,000. So does that mean that it expects the quality to be 75,000 and it's just rounding down with collectability? Or is it just 7,500 quality? Because that I can do. But maybe I'm misunderstanding it. But this seems just a little bit ridiculous. If it really does expect me to actually... Yeah, I don't know. Good. Increases to quality. Okay, now I do innovation. I'm just going to get this up to 7,500 to see if that's actually what it counts at. Centered, increases success rate. Hasty touch. Sturdy, reduces loss of durability. I guess here, rapid synthesis. And again. So... I kind of want to get pliant before I do anything else. Sturdy... Sure. Quality good. There we go, pliance. Master's Men's probably a little bit better here. Sturdy, reduces loss of durability. Sure, I guess. I think preparatory touch here, just to get that up to 10. Then innovation. Prudent touch. Okay, so no, it is... Yeah, now that I see the collectability, no, it does divide it by 10. So it does very much expect me to get 75k. This bar is supposed to be maxed out. Now, notice how long it's taken me to do this one craft. I'm only a fraction of the way there. We're looking at... If you manage to get it, which, by the way, this is super RNG heavy. This is basically like end game... what's it called? Ishgard Restoration crafting. You need to perfect it multiple times. Let's say 5 minutes bare minimum, which is generous. 5 minutes. Okay. $10 hours. You're looking at, in terms of purely time spent sitting here in this crafting window pressing buttons, estimated time of 10 hours for one resplendent crafter weapon. I hope I'm missing something, because this seems like the dumbest grind I've ever seen in any video game ever. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck Square Enix is thinking. Like, if somebody really wants to put in the time to get that tool, like, cool, I guess. But what the fuck? Why? That's worse than anything World of Warcraft has actually implemented. I'm actually genuinely surprised at that. Yikes. Maybe I'm really hoping that I'm just misunderstanding it, because the idea that in terms of time investment alone, it's 10 hours straight of insanely focused crafting. And if you make a mistake or get bad RNG, you not only lose money, but you lose time. God, what the fuck is that? Korthia is legitimately better. Okay, I'm gonna put the rest of what I bought up on the market board because... fucking hell. Withdraw Gil. Cool. Sell items in my inventory. Let's see, how much do these go for? Yeah, like fucking nothing. Nobody even gives a shit about this, clearly. I'll put it for 850. And Megalania leather is... sure, 3,750. Alright. I got a decent bit done. I think I will still... I'll still get, like, crafting stuff, but the fact that Resplendent tools are good, but they're not even that much better than this stuff. Like, it's a decent increase to gathering and, yeah, where was it? Leatherworking, right. Yeah, it's a decent increase to craftsmanship and a minor increase to control, which is still significant, but for a time investment of 10 hours, it's not worth it at all. At that point, just farm the gil that it would require if you fail to craft. And what I don't understand here is, I don't know what you're supposed to be using those tools for. Like, the entire point of getting better crafting tools is just to have slightly more reliability when you're crafting stuff like, you know, endgame gear for raiding or something like that. But if you're getting a very, very, very minor increase like that, and it's taking you 10 hours, at that point, unless you are literally spending hundreds of hours crafting endgame equipment to the point where the time saved by having that tool is worth it, holy shit, what a waste of time and money. I don't know why that ever made it live. Yikes. Hopefully they don't do that shit in Endwalker, because that's kind of cancer. Anyways, I'll probably work off stream a little bit on getting the rest of my... I could close the calculator. If it wants to close. There we go. I could get the rest of my gathering tools, and I'll probably do a bit of Bosgia leveling. Not entirely sure what I will be streaming tomorrow. Probably still Final Fantasy, but I need to find something to do in that. Because, I mean, endlessly just grinding and stuff isn't necessarily something that makes for a fun and entertaining stream. But we'll see. Either way, thank you all for coming here. It's been about 4 hours. Ended up starting the stream a bit late. I'm going to aim to actually start it on time at like noon tomorrow, but we'll see. But yeah, that's it for today. I will catch you all tomorrow.